Will preside.
Be safe, please.
Good morning, everybody. All right, we've got all defendants present, represented by counsel. I understand we are ready with state's witnesses. Anything from the state before we begin?
One of the state's witnesses who was told to be here at 8:30 is not here. We're sending our investigator out to locate him. So hopefully it will not be an issue. And he's just running late, and that's what I'm going to go with right now. I'm not going to assume the worst. So I just wanted the court to be aware, however, that we are now going to go ahead and call Officer Rash as opposed to calling this other witness who is not here. So that's what we're going to do.
So we are ready to proceed with a witness.
With a witness, indeed, yes.
Anything from Travis?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I've been asked to address some comments the other day. The court hasn't asked me to do that.
Quite honestly, I think whatever you've been asked to do has not been asked by the court.
Very well. I will let the court know that if my statements yesterday were overly broad, I will follow up with a more specific motion on Monday, putting that and those concerns in the proper context. And my apologies to anyone who might have inadvertently been affected.
All right. Got Sarah, there was first witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking through things, and I meant to say, let's go get the panel. Yeah. Hold on a second. Just got to bring the panel in.
We are here. We are here. 4 a.m. from Hawaii. What's going on? Wow. So just to be clear, we were following this case yesterday, and I left because I got to pick up the kids, and so I watched the evening stuff, and the state's case really took a turn for the worse yesterday. Like that was kind of crazy. Yesterday they had the homeowner on, who Ahmaud Arbery kept going into this guy's house, and he just got destroyed on the stand. It was a pretty crazy thing to watch. He was evasive. He told many lies. I'm talking about it was some brutal stuff.
Right,
So, ugh. It's not that. This is not a good. This was not a good day for the prosecution yesterday. Today we have a key witness. All right. So I don't care what else you've been watching. Today's witness is the witness. This is the officer who was involved in all the times that Ahmaud Arbery was around there, running around, going into people's houses, being a prowler. This guy was the main guy who was like the point person between the neighborhood, who seemed to have been in fear of Ahmaud Arbery, and this officer was trying to catch Ahmaud Arbery. So it's going to be interesting. Somebody says, Nate the lawyer, what do you think the chances of conviction at this point are? I still think they're going to get convicted, but this is not easy.
Back, everybody.
This is not going to be
everybody
easy.
had a good night's sleep. We are ready to proceed with the evidence.
This got a lot.
Case
got a lot more difficult yesterday. And a lot of the facts that we thought we knew were destroyed yesterday, right? Like there were facts that was taking as fact that yesterday became non-existent facts. Like they were like destroyed. So like the fact that the homeowner said he only thought white people had stolen stuff. That fact was destroyed. He was a liar. He straight up lied. Matter of fact, he's on record saying that he didn't think it was the white people and he thought it was Arbery. Like it was so bad. We'll talk about it though. Listen to the trial testimony and then we'll get back to it. But yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
For the court reporter.
Robert Rash. That's Robert Robert, Rash Rash.
Now, for those of you who don't
Right,
know
how
who
are
this
you
witness
currently
is,
employed?
this
the Glenn
is
County Police Department.
the officer that the neighbors and everybody were
How long have you
contacting
been with the Glenn County Police
So
Department?
that's who this is.
I first started in May of 2011. I left in 2016 for a year and came back in February of 2017.
All right, tell the jury a little bit about your training and experience as a post-certified law enforcement officer.
I attended the Georgia Post Academy in Savannah.
They were a
the
homeless
Regional
couple. They
Academy in
don't
Savannah.
know where they don't know.
Got my basic peace officer's certificate from there. Since then, I have taken several different classes beyond advanced classes and stuff.
All right. And what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the Glenn County
For
Police
those of you who don't know
Department?
what a
I'm
peace
Master
officer
Patrol
is,
Officer
you'll
3.
hear peace
I
officer a lot.
patrol,
Peace
the
officer
county
means you
areas
have
of
there's a
an
statute,
assigned
a
area
state
of the
statute
county.
that
I am
allows you
primarily
to be in
assigned
law
to Baker
enforcement.
9. That is the
So
area
that's why
I
all police
patrol on a
officers
daily
are
basis.
technically peace
And
officers.
I answer calls for service and out there, traffic enforcement, anything that I see while I'm out on normal patrol.
All right. So how long have you been assigned to Baker 9 as a master patrol?
I've been riding that area for probably 5 or 6 years. I can swap around. I have occasionally been swapped to another areas, but primarily Baker 9 is where I ride.
Their audio and stuff is a lot better than that.
Now, you're in a suit
For those
today.
who are
How are
watching
you
this case,
normally
it's
dressed when
crazy
you are
for the first
patrolling
couple of days.
Baker 9 or other areas?
Normally, at this time, our current uniform is green pants with a black polo shirt, and I have an outer.
Oh yeah, I thought
load-bearing
guilty.
vest,
I'm still
black
thinking guilty,
in color.
but there's a
That's
lot
my
that
body
changed,
armor, and it
and we'll
carries
get
some of
into it.
my
Let's
equipment.
listen to this witness, and when during a
When you
break,
say
I'll
some of your
explain to you.
equipment, is
Or
that
watch my
body
last
cam?
video.
That is my
that
body
I did this
camera.
morning.
That is
It's
my
about 10 minutes long.
taser, my handcuffs,
Yeah, things have
tourniquet,
changed.
and various
definitely
items that
changed.
is carried on that vest to relieve weight off of the belt.
Right. And what kind of car do you drive?
I drive a 2018 Dodge Charger police car.
How is it marked?
It is marked with logos representing the Glenn County Police Department.
Easy to read and identify.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now, what kind of shifts are you working when you're working Baker 9 as a patrol person?
At this point in time, we work 12-hour shifts, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to take you back to 2019 into the first part of 2020. What kind of shifts were you working then?
I believe we were also working
Thanks,
the
Juan.
12-hour shifts at that time. We've been switched back and forth between 12s and 10s and back to 12s.
All right. So what are the 12-hour shifts? What are the time frames?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
How many days a week would you work?
At that time in 2019, we were working a schedule where we worked, it's like 2 days on, 2 days off, 3 days on. It rotated around. It was 3-2, 2-3, 2-3, 3 on, something to that effect.
Okay. So there was a schedule.
Yes.
All right. So it wasn't 4 days in a row or 5 days in a row.
No, ma'am.
And were you the 6 a.m. shift or the 6 p.m. shift?
On the 25th,
How about this? Let's go ahead and talk about October 25th. What was your shift that day?
okay, well, for our shifts rotate. We work days and then at 2 months of days, 2 months of nights. On the 25th, I was evening shift that day, or night shift, excuse me, night shift,
So starting at 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
All right. So are you familiar with the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you familiar with that neighborhood?
I grew up down the road from that area. All during high school, our bus went through there, picked up students for school. Lived out in that area, not in that particular neighborhood, in that area since 1980. And then as being a patrol officer, riding that Baker 9, which encompasses Satilla Shores, I patrol that area on a daily basis.
And Satilla Shores is in which county?
Glenn County.
And Satilla Shores, that neighborhood, public roadways.
Yes, ma'am.
So Tell us about the neighborhood composition.
I think
Based
the
on
race
your
thing might be
experience
blown
in
up.
Stella Shores in 2019 into the first
The
two months of
homeowner
2020,
gave him the
what
homeowner
kind of
gave the defense a real
population
shot
lived in
yesterday.
Stella
It was
Shores?
yesterday's
I don't have
testimony
hard numbers, but I would be willing to
was
bet that
was
it's
damaging, to
primarily
say the least. That's
older,
it was
more
very
retired
damaging.
people. You see very few children out playing
I'll go over it,
in the yards and in the street.
but let's wait for a break. I'll go over it. Let me get some coffee. My coffee. Let me change
All right, and-
my Bluetooth.
Being that this was your baker, and did you work it from January 1st, 2019 through February of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Violent crimes out there? Any
Violent?
violent crimes?
No, not that I'm aware of.
All right. Property crimes?
A couple.
So I'm going to direct your attention now to 2019. Had you, prior to October 25th of 2019, known Larry English?
No, ma'am.
All right. So how did you encounter Larry English?
A call came in to the 911 center, and I'm not sure if that came in via 911 or
Larry English told a lot of lies
the,
yesterday,
direct
people.
number,
A
but a
lot
call
of
came
lies.
in
I'm just being
in
honest. Who
reference
he's talking
to
about?
a trespasser on his property, and I was dispatched out there to that call. And after arriving out there, I asked for the
Oh,
number
yeah.
in our system,
If you
our
watched
computer
yesterday,
system,
there's
we
no
can
way you could
access
spin
the
it.
caller's
That was bad.
phone
Yesterday
number.
changed the
I made
game.
contact with Mr.
Changed the
English
game.
and
They're
asked him to
vigilantes,
send me the
but
video.
proving that is a whole different story.
At that time, the quickest way was him to text me the video, or he, by email. It took a day or two to get it, be able to see it, even if I had a viewer on my work computer there where I could see it. So I contacted Mr. English and asked him to text me the video so I could see who we were looking for.
All right. So you get dispatched. What's the address you get dispatched to on October 25th, 2019?
220 Satilla Shores.
And describe that location.
It's at that point in time, it was a house under construction. No doors, no windows, partial siding on the house that you could see through the house.
Kyle is
all the
going
way
to be
through,
found
looking
not
through
guilty.
the front window out through the
The
back.
Kyle trial is
into
over.
the
He's
river
found not
area.
guilty. None of this is going to matter.
And when you arrived on October 25th, 2019, did you encounter anyone at the open unsecured construction site?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You see how she keeps saying
you meet Larry
open,
English there?
unsecure construction
No, ma'am.
site.
All right. So how did you contact Larry English?
Via cell phone.
All right. And you gave him your cell phone number.
Yes. Well, he had it when I called him, so he could text me.
And did he in
Yeah,
fact
people don't
text
forget
you
reasonable doubt is all they need. And
some video?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
when you got
And
The
just describe
homeowner straight up
what
lying.
that video was of.
It was video of his property. If I remember correctly, it was two outdoor cameras, one on the dock, one on the front corner of the house.
this is the prosecution
showing
and the
what appeared to be a
detective, I mean,
light-skinned
the
black male
sergeant who was in
walking
charge
around on the
of,
property, walking around on the dock.
of this stuff, of investigating these property crimes.
And that night, did you ever see that light-skinned black male again?
Never saw him again.
Right. And at that point in time, was there a report of anything actually taken from Mr. English's property?
No, ma'am.
And when you saw that video, the young man that you saw on the video, did he have a backpack or any sort of bag with him at that time?
No, ma'am. He had nothing in his hands.
And did you recognize him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So I'm going to take you forward now to November 17th, a white couple on Larry English's property. Did you respond to that?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did Larry English call you that night or anything?
I don't recall if he called me that night. He sent me the video from the 17th, but I received that video on a later date, not on the 17th.
Okay. Do you even know if you were working the night of the 17th?
I do not recall.
Okay. So the next night, November 18th, 2019, were you working that evening?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so on that evening, was that another trespassing call to the same location?
Yes, there was another call there.
Okay. So this is about a month later, you get a call. Did you respond to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's once again the open unsecured construction
Yes.
site at 220?
Yes.
What'd you find when you got there?
Same house in the same state, nobody in sight. No, the unidentified black male, same one from the previous October 25th incident, was nowhere to be found.
All right. And at that point in time, did you see the unknown black male have a bag or anything with him?
No, ma'am, nothing with him.
Did you see the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him take anything?
No, ma'am.
Now, at this point in time, October 25th and November 18th, you're talking to Larry English over the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And
The
what is it that
prosecution's
Mr.
trying to
English
make
wanted
Arbery
you
out to be
do?
some innocent victim,
Find out
but
who he was.
you
and
know,
why
some
he
innocent
kept
guy
coming
just
onto the
walking around,
property.
but he was not.
And
He
if
was not. This is another
you-
cop.
I'm going to rephrase that.
But Arbery was not some innocent guy. Even
I don't want
even
you
the
to
homeowner
speculate as
had
to
to
what you
admit
would
yesterday
have
in
done.
cross-examination.
Okay, not talking about
He was
speculation.
concerned about
I
it.
had talked to Larry English about trespassing him from the property, and I explained to Larry English how we trespass someone from the property, but that was never done because we never made contact with him.
Okay, so what did you tell Larry English about how you trespass somebody from a property?
Once we make contact with the person on the property, we explain to them that the homeowner, find out who they are, we identify them. The homeowner does not want them there. He has no legal reason to be there. And the property owner, then we put them on, the way I do it is I put them on speaker. If they're not there in person, I put them on speakerphone. And I would say, Mr. English, I'm here with whoever the person is. So you're saying they have no right to be here and you don't want them here on the property. And he would say that so they can be heard. And we would document it in our computer system. So if that person was ever back on the property, and I explained to that person, if you ever come back on this property for any reason whatsoever, uninvited, you will automatically be arrested for trespassing.
Okay.
This is
And you
important.
told that to Mr. English that was
Yes.
your
This is
standard
important.
procedure?
Yes.
Okay.
I
And
actually got to stop
not-
it here. This is important. This is a very important fact. Let me get the super chat. Nate, is it possible to fire a lawyer representing you in the middle of a trial? Yes, for gross misrepresentation. Yes, but you can also sue them, sue the insurance for malpractice if that happens. And what's the ramification to that? You could lose your case, but also if it's that bad, the judge should know. But I do have to say this. Thanks for the super chat. But I have to say that's an important fact. So everyone understands who's been saying that Ahmaud Arbery is trespassing. He just explained the procedure for trespassing to arrest somebody for trespassing. Number one, you have to warn the person they are trespassing. So you have to catch the person on the property. Then you have to say, like, hey, the owner has said you are not. So you have to tell the person, the owner said you can't trespass, right? After that happens, then if the person's on the property again, after they've been formally told you can't be on this property because the owner doesn't want you on this property, after that process happens, then the person can be arrested for trespass, not before, unless you have signs and stuff there to say no trespassing, which was not there. So technically, as a technical matter, Arbery was never warned or given that trespass warning to turn it into trespass. That is what this witness is saying, which I think is extremely important, because if you are now saying that he's committing trespass, but he was never warned, that's not available, and that's their procedure. Let's continue on.
Speculation, but was that your intent if you encountered this young black male?
Yes, to find
That's
out
a
who he
major
is,
fact.
identify him, why he was coming up there late at night, and then ultimately it's Mr. English's decision if he wanted him trespassed or not.
So there's a procedure. It's just not walking onto the property to get you trespassed. There's a procedure.
Now,
You can't just accidentally walk onto somebody's
after
property and get
you
criminal
received
trespass. You have
the
to be
doc video
notified
from
that you're
October 25th,
trespassing,
I think you
and
said
then
you
you have to
received
do it
the
again.
November 18th video.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any action to see about finding out who this person was?
I would ride around the area. Working night shift, it's hard to canvass. I mean, I patrol the area on a normal basis, but it's hard to go up and find people at night. There are not many people out moving around in the darkness. Once I came back to day shift, I switched from nights to days. As I rode around the neighborhood, patrolled the neighborhood, I would see people out walking. Any interaction I had with anybody in the neighborhood, I would stop and say, "Hey, have you seen this mail?" I had a screenshot from that
Looking
video.
for Arbery.
I would ask people, did anybody know who it was? There were a couple residents that I saw. One, I believe it's the address of 210 Satilla Shores that has a Ring doorbell camera I could see. Went up, did not make contact. There are a couple places that I actually did go up
New
and knock on the
facts.
door and talk to
This
people,
officer
some
was
that I've dealt with in the
canvassing the
past.
neighborhood
kinda knew.
looking for
And,
Arbery. That's
but
how important this was.
Nobody had recognized.
We've been hearing that he's
Nobody
just
knew
some
who he was.
innocent
Nobody knew who
jogger.
he was.
He was not. Police were actively searching for him.
So,
Big time
And I want to kind
fact.
of get a sense, was this a methodical door to door to door to door?
No, ma'am. No,
Okay,
ma'am.
so this was sort of hit and miss.
Random hit and miss, yes.
You take somebody's picture and you're asking people, have you
So I'm going
seen
to go
this
ahead
person?
and move forward now to December 1st of 2020. Did Mr. English make contact with you December 1st of 2020 about people under a bridge?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so now was this actually on December 1st or was it December 2nd?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay.
He called me about the people under the bridge and I was off duty. The next day when I returned to work is when I went under the bridge and checked, and that's when I texted him back without looking at the transcript of what date that was. I sent him that text. I went and looked for the people under the bridge and I sent him a text of my findings.
Did you find any white couple in a car under the bridge?
No signs of life. There were some four-wheeler tracks under there. There was nothing typical of a homeless camp or someone living under the bridge. There was no trash, debris, anything left behind that would indicate someone was living under there.
So I just want to back up a minute. So did Larry English call you directly first about this rumored couple under the bridge?
Yes. He
Okay.
saw a car. He saw a car parked in the area, and he felt like that car was associated to a car that he saw on his camera the night that the white couple was on his property, and he asked me to go check for him.
But you're off duty this day.
I was off duty.
What'd you tell him?
Told him that I would check on it when I was back on duty.
All right. Did he inform you that he'd already called the non-emergency Glenn County Police Dispatch?
I don't recall that. No.
Okay. And is that when he sent you the video of the white couple going in with the bag?
I'd have to look at the date on what date that video was sent to me.
But it was after the second time you made contact with Larry English.
Yes.
All right. So moving forward to December 20th of 2019, did you encounter Greg McMichael that day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, had you known Greg McMichael previously as someone who worked at the district attorney's office as an investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where did you encounter Greg McMichael on December 20th, 2019?
He was in his front yard of his property at 230 Satilla Shores.
Was this daytime or nighttime?
It was daytime.
What happened?
I pulled up to him. I was in my patrol car. I stayed seated in my patrol car. We spoke through the window. He walked over. We spoke, talked to him in reference to the unidentified black male down at 220 or 219, or excuse me, 220 Satilla Drive. We talked about him continually to come onto the property, not being able to figure out who he is. I told Mr. McMichael that I had somewhat canvassed the neighborhood, talked to different people. Nobody knew who he was. And at that time, Mr. McMichael asked me to pass on his phone number to Mr. English, that he lives right down the road if he needed him to call him. And that's when I sent the text to Mr. English that Greg McMichael was a retired DA, police officer and an investigator from the district attorney's office.
All right. So it's daytime. You encounter him outside his house, and you're talking about what's happening at 220.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have any knowledge of what was going on at 220 prior to this?
Any knowledge as in?
As in, did he tell you, I've spoken with Larry English all about
No,
this?
ma'am. He never told me that.
But you're telling him, hey, I've had these two encounters
Yes.
at 220. And he asked you to forward his information to Larry English.
Yes.
Now, not talking about speculation, but I'm talking about what was your intention in making contact with Greg McMichael that day?
When I rode around, I saw him, so that's when I stopped, spoke to him. And are you meaning that what was my intention of forwarding the information, or?
No, well, did you deputize Greg McMichael?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Did you give him any authority to act as a police officer?
No, ma'am.
All right.
My goal with sending that text was Greg McMichael had, to my knowledge, about 30 plus years of law enforcement experience. Who else to be an expert witness? Call 911. And, I've watched shows, I've seen things where you have 10 people witness a crime, you get 10 different stories on who the person was, what they looked like, what they were wearing. Greg has training and experience. He would be, in my opinion, would be an expert witness to be on the phone with 911. He's running north, south, he's wearing this. He would know the pertinent information that the officers would need to know once they arrived on scene to possibly catch the intruder or the trespasser.
So you wanted him to be a witness
Yes.
to get this guy identified.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Was
it
Travis
wasn't like
McMichael there at that time?
No, ma'am.
these are
Did you
bad.
even know
These are
Travis
good
McMichael?
and
No,
bad
no.
facts because Gregory McMichael's working with the police to get Ahmaud. That's not a good fact. He said you aren't deputized, but he was working with the police. These are facts that we did not know. This is a hell
All
of
right,
a
moving
fact.
forward to
He wasn't deputized, but
February
he was
11th,
working with police, and
2020.
police were
Were
actively
were you on duty
searching
that
for
particular
Arbery.
day?
Yes, ma'am.
These are
What shift
facts,
were you on?
people.
I
I understand. These are
night shift.
facts.
All right.
These are
What
facts that are
happened
not
within
good.
Satilla Shores that day?
We get the call of I believe it originally come out as a burglary in progress. And so we ran what we call code lights and sirens. We were just getting out of briefing. So I came from the area of our police headquarters and I was the first officer on scene. And upon my arrival, Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael were on scene and I stood by, waited for additional officers to get there before I proceeded to check the property for the unidentified male that they called about being on the property.
Okay. So when people call 911, they're reporting what they think is going on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So have you ever had experiences where people call up and they say they've been robbed
Yes, ma'am.
and it turns out it's something completely different?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in this case, you got burglary in progress.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was it when you got there?
It ultimately ended up being.
Well,
trespass.
why I don't think it's a good fact is because they
And
were
when you
making it
got
seem
there,
like
was the unidentified black
McMichael's
male.
just saw a black
present?
man and started
No, ma'am, he was
chasing him
not.
for no reason, right? He's a black man running. Now we know that's not true. Now we know that police were looking for Arbery. Now we know
And
that
at
they
this
had a
time,
conversation with Michael. If you see him, make
So
sure
Greg
you
McMichael and Travis
keep an
McMichael
eye on
were on
him. That
scene.
type of
Yes,
thing.
ma'am.
Were they armed?
It's a totally different
I cannot
understanding that
say
we
for
had
sure if they were
before.
armed. I
That's
know
why
there
it's a
was,
bad fact.
I believe they told dispatch something to dispatch about having guns, but I did not physically see them openly brandishing guns.
Do you recall them telling you that they put their guns up?
It may have it.
And the 911 call came in from Travis McMichael, is that right? If you don't remember, it's okay.
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you eventually make contact with Mr. Larry English while on scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I called him on the cell phone.
And did you speak to him about what was going on?
Yes, I did.
Oh, just to be clear, he was suspected.
And at that point in time, did he
committing
send you
crimes.
video of what had
Police were
happened inside the
canvassing,
house?
as they
Yes,
just
I
said,
asked him to send me the
to
videos to
see if they
see if it
detain
is the
him
same person.
and let
that
him
has
know
been
that he's
there
been
numerous
trespassing.
times, or
So next
the
time
times
he would be
before.
trespassing on the
And while on
property.
scene, were you
they
able
would
to
arrest
review
him.
that particular video?
So they
that
were
Larry
going around
English sent
asking
you that
people, as
very
you
night,
just said,
February
with
11,
his picture
2020?
saying,
Yes, ma'am. He
have
sent
you
it to me
seen
while I
this
was-
man? Do you know
Who'd
who
you show
this
that
is
to?
so we can go get him?
I showed it
And then you
to,
told Travis McMichaels, if you see
almost
him,
certain I showed it to
call
both
us so
Greg
we can
and
get him
Travis.
and start this process.
And when you
so
saw
he
it,
can
was the
stop
young
doing
man, did he
this.
have a bag or backpack or anything on him?
He wasn't.
Uh,
He wasn't
no,
supposed to stop him and
See him
grab
take
him
or
up and
steal
all that
anything?
stuff.
No, ma'am.
But this
What did
shows
Larry
you a
English
little
tell you?
background to it. Yes, you
That
cannot
nothing
make a
had
Terry
been
stop.
To hearsay unless it's impeaching.
Correct.
Mr.
William is
English or
100% correct.
somehow,
You cannot make a civilian Terry stop.
admissible under the rules of evidence.
It's a prior statement of a witness who has already testified, and he's been subject to extensive cross-examination, which we saw yesterday, and it's prior statement of a witness.
Prior statement of witness is not an exception to the hearsay rule. It's either a
That's true.
consistent statement after he's been impeached, or it's a prior inconsistent statement under 801.
Well, it's hearsay, so you're not asking him, I'm explaining why you're using the statement.
Because it goes toward the defendant's knowledge of what was going
Yes,
on.
Juan, you're 100%.
because
You're
they told it to
100%
this
correct.
officer in front
Again,
of the two
that's why you
defendants.
flesh
I
out
maybe
these
need to
facts.
ask
I'm
some
saying
better
these are
questions
bad
and
facts or
listen
good facts.
foundation.
You're 100. I agree with you.
All right, I'll listen
agree with
foundation. When you're talking to Mr. Larry English on the phone, do you have him on speakerphone?
I have him on speakerphone. Yes.
And who is
That's what
standing
they're
right there
making.
with you while you have him
That's
on
what they're making. They're
speakerphone?
saying he's a vigilante.
The McMichaels
Exactly
are
what they're
standing there in close proximity along with other officers.
Right. And is Larry English talking
Yeah,
to you
Arbery is
about
not
what he
guilty.
can
What
see
I
on
mean
the
by
video?
innocent, the
Yes, he
innocent
is.
jargon that we've been hearing about. This is a lot more involved.
And what did he tell
Wanna
you
be very
about
clear.
things being stolen
Arbery was
inside the
not an
house?
innocent child.
Nothing had been taken.
Still gonna object.
This was a lot more
Unless you
involved
can
than we've been
tie
led to believe.
what Larry
That's
English
what I'm
told
saying.
him to one of the McMichaels or somebody else that's relevant.
It rebuts the assertion from opening statements that they had all this knowledge and what they're asserting they knew. And it goes to show exactly what they didn't know.
Look, I don't mind if she can show the McMichaels heard, it's on video, we have the video. But for this witness to testify what he said with Larry English and somehow he knows what they heard, I think would be improper.
Let's sustain.
So, were you wearing your body cam that evening?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to review your body cam video prior to coming in to testify today?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. And was it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything added or deleted?
Not that I'm aware of, no, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition, did you have the opportunity to review the transcript from your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it fair and accurate that you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence State's Exhibit 231, which is the body cam
Correct.
video.
Police were
and
looking for him to
231A, which
issue
is
him
the
a
transcript
trespass
of the
warning.
body cam video.
That's what they were
Okay.
trying to do.
No
They were
objection.
canvassing
No
the
objection.
neighborhood.
They're admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, we are going to publish State's Exhibit 231, and we have copies of the transcripts for the jurors. I didn't know if the court wished to give a similar admonition on.
You're going to look at the body cam right now, but just so everybody understands what happened,
Yeah, same way.
the prosecutor has been making
All right,
Arbery
ladies and
out to
gentlemen,
be
as with yesterday,
an innocent
we're going
victim.
to provide you with transcripts. I gave you the charge yesterday on how those transcripts are to be used. The evidence in the case is the body cam footage itself. The transcript is simply being used to aid you, as we explained yesterday, and we're going to collect these transcripts up at the end. Please do not read ahead. Thank you.
No, I'm just telling you how I'm watching it to tell you how I feel. I still feel these guys are guilty as sin, but when you watch these things, you got to understand the jury doesn't know all my, they don't have the history of me and understanding all these complex legal
Your Honor, may
topics.
I approach?
They're listening to this stuff, and when the homeowner has straight up lied
And
about his experiences,
Officer Rash,
that
there's
matters,
State's
right?
Exhibit
That
241.
matters. When they say Arbery was just a random jogger, and now you found that the police were canvassing the neighborhood looking for him, that matters, right? Let's just be fair here, right? When the homeowner says, "I didn't have a problem with Arbery," now you know that he was asking his neighbors to watch his house so they can catch Arbery. That matters. That's what I'm saying. I agree that
Officer Rash,
my
take a look at
opinion
the
on what's
screen
going to
right
happen at the
there.
end
You
doesn't
see
change,
that?
but the
Is that your
facts
body
have
cam
changed.
video?
The facts
Yes,
have
ma'am.
changed dramatically
All right.
in this case.
So,
From
First
what
off,
we
I'm
knew
going to
yesterday
ask you
to what we knew
at the
today.
top. I don't
That's
know if
the
you can
difference.
explain this to jury or not, how it says 2/12/2020 and the time looks like it's 34 minutes after, midnight.
Yes.
Do you know why that is that time and date as opposed to 2/11, about 7 hours earlier, hours earlier?
No, ma'am, I do not. know.
Okay. All right. So when we first see this, do you know who this person is?
I know him as Diego Perez, I believe it is.
All right, what's he have in his hand?
A flashlight.
That's the guy that the homeowner
The state will
gave
decide.
permission to go on his property and detain Ahmaud Arbery if he
State's
saw him.
Exhibit
That
231.
guy that we're watching with the flashlight. The homeowner specifically asked him to go and try to detain Arbery if he saw him on his property again. Facts that we did not know yesterday. Well, I jog. I jog in cargo shorts. Maybe that's a bad thing to do, but I do. So I don't jog in Timbs, but I do jog in cargo shorts. My wife makes fun of me all the time, so I don't want to be out there jogging and think I'm going.
Oh, yeah, I know about that. several. I'm surprised he hadn't called me tonight. Yeah. Oh, my like this one there.
The homeowners calling the police and calling the neighbors every night. Ahmaud Arbery's around. Go check him. He's there. He's there. Remember the homeowner said initially that he wasn't worried. Ahmaud Arbery didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't worried about Ahmaud Arbery. And now you see that's not the case.
They said unless he's jumped the fence and went over somewhere, they don't know if he hasn't went on the road. So we just need to check everything.
That's what they're looking for now. The homeowner has called them because he's so concerned about Arbery being inside there and possibly doing some damage or stealing something. The homeowner made it seem like he didn't matter.
Anybody in here?
They're in that house because the homeowner has been asking them to catch Arbery. This matters. I understand that there are people that Arbery was killed. Yes, I agree with you. I'm on you. I would vote guilty. I would vote these guys are guilty, but we can't just act like these facts don't matter. These facts matter. If you come here to watch my shit, I got to keep it real. The facts matter. These facts are going to matter. This matters. No, but it could convince somebody who doesn't have a law degree that, yeah, these guys were trying to stop a burglar. Look at this. Look at the video you're watching now, right?
No,
they got the police with a gun in his hand and a flashlight. Look at he got a gun in his hand. He's in the house looking for Ahmaud Arbery, right?
But they don't have the attic.
They're about to search. They're searching the building for Arbery. If you know, no matter where you come out in this case, you don't think these facts matter, then I'm sorry. You're too biased for this. Don't watch this with me. Go watch it someplace else. Because we're going when the facts are against us, we're going to say it. When the facts are with us, we're going to say it. But these facts are not good facts. These officers with guns out looking for Arbery in this man's home is not a good fact for the prosecution. I understand why they're bringing it out, but this isn't a good fact. Ah, thank you. YouTube just demonetized me. Come on, really? There's been nothing on this stream. What the? Whatever. It's done. Okay, YouTube. Yeah, you know who they're looking for. Just so everybody, if you just got here, just imagine. No way, you never knew this. You didn't know the cops did search the man's property for Ahmaud Arbery, right? We didn't know any of this. We didn't know the owner was calling the cops and his neighbors every day, as we heard early in his body cam, for them to catch Ahmaud Arbery, right?
Right here messing around on the boats and stuff.
That's what we're looking at now. Yes, by name. They're looking for. They don't know who he is, though. They don't know who Ahmaud Arbery is, but they are searching for him. That's what we're looking at now. We're looking at the search for Ahmaud Arbery in this guy's house. Thanks.
Man, they got DNR out there trying to see if they can find him. So they're missing a person, huh?
Thanks. I appreciate it. All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
This guy's got these cameras, and he lives in Douglas or somewhere, and he's always calling me, texting me video of the guy plundering through the house. Well, tonight the neighbor come by and saw the flashlight, somebody in here. So.
You see? Neighbor called. Somebody's flashing around. He's in there. We're looking for him. These are not good facts. Thanks. Yeah, they take their cut. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like the coverage. I hope you guys like the breakdown because that breakdown was hell to do. 5%. Thank you.
Man, that's good quality stuff.
Oh, you guys are coming through for me. Thank you. You killing YouTube here. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. What the hell? He's got his flashlight out. He's got a gun out. What do you guys think is going to happen here? So let's just understand. The cops are out there looking for with flashlights and guns, and this doesn't matter? Yeah, it matters. Yeah. The police are out here looking for him with flashlights and guns. They're canvassing the neighborhood looking for him. This is not just some innocent jogger. I'm sorry, guys. I think the McMichaels are guilty. And look at this is McMichael's out there searching cops for Arbery. This has to be, yeah. These are facts that matter, guys. I'm sorry. These are facts that matter. I know a lot of people believe that. Yeah, I believe these kids are guilty, but these facts are not there.
I don't have any vision out here after dark. I need to go on the eve and
Thank you.
the rest of them are on the eve, so it's not going to look.
Get with it, man. Get with it, man. Chop, chop.
Okay, but like I said, I can light this whole place up by daylight.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Mr. English and get him to look back at his cameras and.
Yeah, because he's got.
Nah, this guy, he's always on foot. Nobody in the neighborhood knows who he is. We can't identify. I've been about every house, door to door, trying to ID him. He's been on their video. They have video over here.
Did you guys catch that? Did you guys catch that lie? I think you guys missed it. Remember earlier when she asked him on the stand, she said, "Did you go door to door?" What did he say? No. It was just like random stuff. In this body camera footage, I'm actually going to wind it back. He says he goes door to door looking for him. Why the hell is he lying? Why is he lying on the stand now? This is how you fuck up a case, right? I'm going to rewind it back. If you've been watching since the beginning, you heard earlier this cop on the stand said, "No, I didn't go door to door." Listen to what he says on body cam footage. Listen to what he says. 10 seconds. I'm playing it. Listen.
Door to door, trying to ID him.
Again.
Who knows who he is? We can't identify. I've been about every house, door to door, trying to ID him. He's been on their video. They have video over here. We've caught him on
This guy right there here's got video too.
We've caught him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where he's. And he usually goes this way,
Down that way, yeah.
straight down that road.
So he's on all these videos. So
Yeah.
why are they trying to play like he's some type of random jogger? This doesn't make any fucking sense.
The way he goes.
The jury's hearing this. They're going to know that they've been lied to. They've been lying to the jury all this time. Why?
We called the owner
Thank
to
you,
see if he accesses
Constantine.
cameras.
Why the fuck are they lying? This is just straight up lying to the jury now. We didn't go door to door, but then you're going to play me body cam when you go door to door? What the fuck are you doing? Oh my God, I'm gonna pass out here. What the hell's going on? Thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for the super sticker. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hold on. What's that now? See this guy? Yeah, the son saw him, put the light, he ripped it around, and the guy ran inside. This is a. No, not that one.
Yeah, Mr. English is a liar. The homeowner's a liar.
That's from the dock out there. This is videos from before they called him inside. So he's got kind of a twist hair, if it's the same guy, and his sleeve, he's lighter skin, and he's got sleeve tattoos. So that's the areas with no shirt on.
So he ran in the garage?
That's where they
That's
saw
what
him.
Travis said he did, but he came, when Travis got down there, he ran in the house and told me.
Yeah.
And I
Earlier
ran
the
out
cops
front.
said
He was
the
looking
neighborhood,
for a flashlight.
we were looking for this guy.
So I was
Changes the
watching
story
down here
completely.
the
Yeah.
whole time. I didn't see anybody come across the street.
I don't know why be deceptive with it.
That or else when Travis turned around, he could have come across behind him Eddie wouldn't have seen it.
You live out here?
Me?
No. This guy? We don't know. I've tried and tried. I've been door to door. Nobody knows him. Mr. English.
I've been door to door. Nobody knows him.
Good. How you doing, sir? I guess you see.
Hanging in there.
I'm going to say it. If he's acquitted in this race riots, it's the media's fucking fault because they are not telling us any of the story, right? These cops are saying we're door to door, we're searching for him, we're doing all this. They got guns out looking for him in the middle of the night. And the media has made it seem like this guy was just some innocent jogger that just was happened to be on this. And people believe that shit. People believe that. And that's why people are going to go on the streets and riot and all this stuff. You got Al Sharpton in there, but nobody knows the full story. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't believe this man should have been killed. I don't believe Arbery should have been killed. I think these guys are guilty. But when you present the information in this way, it will make me as a juror not believe what the state is telling me. It just, you got to just keep it real. And I understand this is emotional for people. Yeah. There's a race issue, but these facts are not good facts.
Okay,
I'm sorry. These facts are not good facts. These facts suck.
Diego, but I will send it to you. I didn't know if he was the one that was over there, but I'll send it to you.
No, send it to me. I'm on duty tonight. No, we've there's 5 or 6 of us here, along with the neighbors.
Yeah, they
and we
overpromise like a
haven't seen
motherfucker.
him. We've searched everything. So thinking of, I think Travis here said he run into the house. So he went out back. He's jumped the fence somewhere, went right or left. But we looked all on the dock and in the camper, under the camper, around the camper. We looked all up in the rafters and everything. An officer even got on the ladder and looked up there to see if he was on top of around the air handler and out up there. No signs of him here. They're canvassing the neighborhood right now, trying to find him. So we're actively looking, and your neighbor across the street is going to look at his camera because he says his camera looks at whatever this road is, Jones Road. He's got a camera that looks at Jones Road. He's going to look at it and see if he's seen him where he went that way. But as of now, that's what I was going to see. So you send me what video you have. Does it look like it's the same guy as always? Yeah, I lost him. I've been talking to nobody. Hold on. I lost you there. My Bluetooth tried to connect. So does your camera, does it look like the same guy as always? Hello, sir. Okay. Does it look like the same guy as always?
No, he wasn't a jogger.
The guy, Mr. McMichael lives down the road.
They're looking for him now. This is the police doing a canvass of the neighborhood looking for him. They've been looking for him for weeks.
Said, the black male had on red shorts.
Anybody who tells you Ahmaud Arbery was some innocent jogger is lying to you. At this point in time, based on the evidence, they're lying to you. He was no jogger.
Run through the house, so we just don't know who he is. So. All right. Thanks, sir. He's saying it's the same guy. He's got the video. He sent it to another officer. He didn't know who was on duty. That's the first time I've seen him in here, but we don't.
You haven't seen Lee long?
This is video. It is. It's being built. Oh, that one? No. This is the video I think it's from one of the prior. Same kid. Yeah, that's him. Yep, that's same guy. He's got sleeve tattoos. He was wearing a red shirt, white pants.
Yeah, I don't think this is about race anymore.
But he's got like twisty hair. Yep. About 3 inches. Yep. That's what dreads, maybe. Yep. Yeah, dreads or twists, whatever they call it. Yeah. I was watching the hands. But yeah, that's what it is. It's the same guy. I don't know where the crap he's coming from. He's coming down this road. I mean, he's straight up coming down this road. So I don't know if he's going to have 17 or he's probably going across from that neighborhood. He's only got 2 black people living standing there. Well, I've been up there. Down here at the corner of Jones and Zellwood, you had the family there to have the adopted and all foster kids. Yeah. I went and talked to them because they got one that kind of matches it, but he's Bear. He's got something wrong with him. As a matter of fact, he just had a kidney transplant. Blah blah blah. Yeah. He just kind of shuffles along. Yeah, the old black lady right at the corner there. Yeah, and then when you turn on Zellwood down there, the house has got a dumpster out by the driveway. There's some blacks right in there. Is that right? Yeah. Matter of fact, don't come to think of it, I kept forgetting about them. They have some kids that age that hang around that house. Yeah. Well, I've been there for an actual report of alleged assault or whatever, and it's the kids they have are only females. Now I don't know if it's one of them's boyfriend. They only had daughters there, so it could be unless somebody's moved in with them, whatever. But yeah, nobody seems to know who this kid is, where he's coming from. But like he's always, and all the times on the video that Mr. English just sent me one out, it's always been just in there plunging around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything. I said, so it's criminal trespass. Yeah, very least. So loitering and prowling. I had it reported and stolen on the first right down the road. Now we did have I took a report down the road here at a house on the corner. the guy where the Jeep and all is, he had some stuff stolen, some guns stolen, but we got on video the car that people that come in and stole them. They were from another neighborhood. Yeah. How y'all doing? What's up, man? Hey, look, you all right? What's going on? Damn, same dude breaking in. I just called him, but he got away. In the river? This is tonight, I'm sure. This is facing out the road.
No, it's a little more complicated than that, but that's a good question. I'll answer it. I'll answer it later, but no. If you rob a bank and somebody tries to grab your gun, then you don't get self-defense. It all depends on if they're still in the commission of a crime or not.
Walk back across here in a second. He's
That's true, especially if they were after him.
got like twists or dreads, 3-4 inches long. He has sleeve tattoos on his arms. Was he down at your place, Greg? No, he's right here.
We have to also understand the difference between good facts, bad facts, and
I couldn't do anything.
there's a little more context to it too, because understand this, they're looking for him now, not to arrest him. It's an important fact that I want everybody who's watching this to understand. They're not looking for him to arrest him. They're looking for him to give him a trespass warning. Very, very big difference. They're looking for him to give him a trespass warning. So if they see him again, they can arrest him. So this is very, very important fact that I think we can't overlook. But they are looking for him, no doubt about it.
That van or that's parked on the side.
Thanks. I appreciate it, Cobra Kai.
Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all being here, man.
I appreciate all the super chats. Thank you, guys.
I've been lucky. You talked to me a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't know why they're making up a story.
House over on the right,
It just doesn't make any sense. They should just tell the truth.
Something's been happening on you.
I would still convict them if they told the truth.
I come home early yesterday, work on the tree I cut Sunday, and people parked down there at the end of the road. And another car will come up. I guarantee you they're making deals down there. But neighbors across the street said they'll go down there and take pictures. They got pictures of all the. We busted a house. Rob Wade's place. Rob had a guy. He had a guy living with him. We got him on some outstanding warrants, and he got a bunch of dope out of there then. But you know, around there, what's the guy Gene that used to own Tackle Shack? Yeah, lives around there. You know where he lives? He's got a great two-story with a white picket fence, chickens and all. Well, boy, then Tash Bowie, which is Gene's.
No.
I guess that's Gene's.
It would not.
Yeah, girlfriend.
He still has
I don't know if that's
a
Gene's
claim.
wife or girlfriend, but her
Doesn't affect his claim to self-defense.
State and the defense have agreed to pause and stop the recording at 18-14 seconds.
No, this is, you can stop, that's fine, there's no agreement, you can do whatever you want with it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm fine with you stopping it.
He said, the defense attorney's like, yeah, we love this video. No, play it as all you want. we don't do whatever you want with this one. We want the jury to see this. Yes.
Right.
We want them to see this video. This helps us tremendously.
The remainder of this is all.
I'm not objecting to nothing. I want this show, please.
Chatting and talking with the neighbors. Okay. So who's Rob Way?
Rob Way was a resident that lived around on Zelwood Drive. I do not recall the numerics.
That's true.
The
truth would still convict.
A few weeks earlier, I don't know the exact date or time, I assisted the U.S. Marshals in serving a warrant over there. Mr. Way lived on the water, and he had I guess what you call a roommate, someone who was renting a room from him. And the U.S. Marshals had warrants on that individual. And at the time of them serving that warrant, they located some drugs on the property within the room of the individual that they arrested.
Right. And was Mr. Rob Way and potentially this roommate person or anything a potential suspect in what was going on in Satilla Shores?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why not?
They did not fit the description.
All right. And you mean the description of
the black male with the short dreads and the sleeve tattoos.
Gotcha. But I guess I asked a really, really bad question. Rob Way is a white guy, right?
White guy, yes.
Okay, so he's not going to match Larry English's description.
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. But I'm asking you, was he a suspect in any of the other theft property crimes that were going on within Satilla Shores?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right, so I want to go back and ask you some questions about what we saw on the video. Did you ever interview Diego Perez out here?
No, ma'am.
All right. And at the beginning, when you and another officer were out by the dock, I think they were talking about a missing person and a motorcycle hit a guardrail and a bike flipped over.
Yes, that was Officer Smith, and he come up, and he also works part-time at a Darien Police Department, at the Darien Police Department, and he monitors their radio. So he was telling me about something that McIntosh had been in a high-speed chase with a motorcycle. The guy crashed and hit the side of the bridge, and the bike and the guy both flipped over into the river.
Didn't have anything to do with this?
No, ma'am, nothing related to this.
Right. And I think you used the word plundering around in there. What do you mean by that?
Just looking around. I know growing up, my grandma used to say, quit plundering around in my kitchen, you know, and they're looking for something. Plundering as in pilfering, looking, opening, just being nosy.
And you recall Gregory McMichael telling you that Travis was now armed?
Yes.
All right. Now, you indicated, I think, we've caught him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where he usually goes this way, straight down that road. So what did you mean by that?
A couple times, Mr. English said that when he leaves the property, it looks like he runs down Jones Road, which is not directly across the street, but off to the right. If you're standing with your back to Mr. English's house, it'd be off to your right a little bit. Jones Road runs straight down, and it appears from the camera that's the direction he would run.
So when he'd leave the property, he would take off running?
Yes, according to Mr. English, yes.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that from what you can understand, Travis McMichael didn't have his cell phone on him at the time he saw Mr. Arbery in the yard. He also did not have a weapon on him.
No, ma'am.
So he left and went down to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when he got his dad
Yes, ma'am.
and his gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, the two of them came back.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you all are talking about, so he went out the back, he jumped the fence somewhere and went right or left. Was that actually you saw him do that, or was that?
I was going to ask for a page number if you're reading.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 9.
Okay.
Lines 2, 3, and 4.
I want to see this cross-examination of this witness.
Oh. At this time, sorry, let's go ahead and collect the transcripts. Thank you. So when you were out there saying, so he went out back, he jumped the fence somewhere, went right up, did you actually see?
No, ma'am.
Was that speculation?
No, ma'am. Travis said that he did not see him come back out, that he ran through the house. So if he didn't come out the front, he had to go out the back. So
Gotcha. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked and already admitted as the state's exhibit 117. What date do we have here?
February 11th, 2020.
All right. I'm going to back it up. Why don't you take a look at this? What do we got over here?
This open walls, and that's the, I believe that, I can't remember if that's a window there or open garage door there.
Okay. So looking out here, When I ask you,
See headlights from a,
that's what I'm getting at. What do we have here?
headlights from a vehicle.
All right, and they're turning which way?
Look, appear to be coming off of Jones Road and turning left.
And would that be towards McMichael House?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what do we have here?
The male now identified as Mr. Arbery walking in.
Is he running through the house?
No, ma'am.
This is good by the prosecutor. Get it from these bad facts. This is the volume from the court. Sorry. I'll turn my volume down so you can turn that volume up. I don't want to blast you.
Is this the only video that Larry
I don't
English
believe they
sent you
were
that night?
hunting him.
I do
Hunting
believe so.
for the way.
All right. So Larry English
I
never
said
sent you
that,
any
that was a
video
mistake.
showing how Mr. Arbery actually left the location.
I do not recall any additional video.
Honest opinion, a neighborhood prowler caught on all the cameras, going into these houses, all that stuff. Yeah, that's what I would consider him to be. That doesn't mean he should have been shot and killed,
So
but
while you were standing
he
and
wasn't just a
talking,
jogger. That's a fake narrative.
about Mr. English, Mr. Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael were both standing there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And both can
And
be true.
You indicated that Mr. English has sent me, he's sending me one now. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything.
What page are you on, ma'am?
We're on page 14.
That's a good point. He may have been just mentally ill, but
And we're looking at lines
how would you know that
3,
though?
4,
It's tough.
5, and 6.
Tough statement to verify.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He hasn't actually seen him take anything. You say this to Greg and Travis McMichael.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does Greg McMichael say?
His response was, it's criminal trespassing.
And what do you say?
Yeah, at very least. Or so, I don't know what those little dots there mean, or dashes. Loitering, I also mentioned possibly loitering and prowling.
Now, with regard,
All right, so because people have asked me to stop when I do these analysis, so just to make sure what we just heard, so we don't lose the context of what we just heard, which is very important. The best, the Michael standing there, right? The best that they could have gotten, that Arbery could have been charged with, were 2 misdemeanors, either criminal trespass, loitering, or something like that. And what they would not have been able to charge him with burglary. The best they could have charged him with was criminal trespass or loitering and something else. So for those who believe that Arbery committed a burglary, you now know that narrative has been blown up, right? And McMichaels knows that narrative is blown up because you just heard it here. The police officer said the best we could have gotten for was criminal trespass, which is a misdemeanor, loitering, or something other. And they couldn't even get him with the trespass because they hadn't warned him not to be on the property before. So those of you saying that Arbery committed a burglary, and then this also goes to the state of mind of the defendants, whether then they knew that they could conduct a citizen's arrest. Because remember, for a citizen's arrest, and I think people need to understand this point because it's key to this case. If you're going to chase someone who's committed a citizen's arrest, you must have evidence that they've committed a felony. And at this point in time, with all this that we've just seen, the McMichaels knows that he has not committed a felony, even though he's been in and out of this house. He could not have committed a felony, right? And these are the charges that he could have committed. So I think this is an important piece to the prosecution's case.
to December 7th of 2020, okay? I'm gonna, Kevin, keep looking at that page. Did you respond to an entering auto at Renee and Bubba Herndon's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the next thing, when you talk about the house on the corner, the guy with the Jeep, all that, is that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you respond December 7th to an entering auto?
Was it December 7th or 8th? I think, did I respond on the 8th and it happened on the 7th?
We'll go
So, in that time frame.
in that time frame.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go ahead and say it happened on the 7th. We got your call on the 8th. Did you respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to both the Herndons?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did they have some video from the front of their house?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And did you watch that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And What was the person who went into their Jeep and stole their guns? White, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
Appeared to be, based on the video they provided, it was grainy, it appeared to be a white male.
This is another big fact that can't be overlooked. Remember that Michael said they thought Arbery had a gun. His gun was stolen. Now they see there was video. And on that video, it appeared to not be a black guy who stole that stuff, but a white guy. Again, how this goes into your understanding, but that's an important fact.
And was that image of a white male then posted to Facebook?
I believe Miss Herndon or Mr. or Mrs. Herndon one posted it to Facebook.
And after that, December 8th, entering auto, did you respond to the next entering auto on January 1st, 2020 at Travis McMichael's house?
No, ma'am.
So
Yeah,
do
that
you
was the
have
narrative.
any idea when Larry English says, he's been captured on video at other places, whether they're talking about Renee Herndon's posting on Facebook or something else?
I'm going to object on speculation unless you can lay a better foundation. This ought to know what Renee Herndon's talking about or anybody else is talking about unless there's a foundation for it.
Just rephrase it. Yeah. Do you have any idea?
Did Larry English tell you that he had seen Renee Herndon's posting on Facebook?
I don't recall him saying he's seen that specific posting. No, ma'am.
And I believe in your police report that's related to February 11th, 2020, I think you indicated that Mr. English had posted these videos to social media.
Talking as I canvassed the neighborhood, talking to people, people would say, I've seen video, I've seen stuff on Facebook about it. My understanding was that the videos were posted, but obviously I don't know that I guess I'm learned now that they were not. So they must have seen the video.
I object. This is all a lot of speculation.
He can testify to what he understands was posted, but not what he thinks may have happened.
And what he learned now or from talking to him.
Okay, so at the time you wrote your report on February 11th, 2020, did you believe, because you put it in your report, that these videos, what we just saw, had been posted on Facebook?
My belief were that at that time, yes, that they had been posted.
And you were a member of that Facebook group, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you check to see if they were posted, to see if people were posting comments and had knowledge?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm a member of that group, but I do not follow that group on a daily basis.
Gotcha. All right. And so you don't have any idea what it was that anybody had seen on Facebook?
No, ma'am, I do not.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 327. However, I'm only going to show you pages 327A and 327B. Okay. So take a look at 327A and 327B. See if you're able to recognize those images.
Those are the images from Renee Herndon, and those are, I see the top there, that's from Facebook.
All right. This time the state would tender into evidence states 327A and B.
No objection. It's okay.
No objection. May I look at it?
Yeah, I'm under the same impression. Well, we have a little break in the action. I think it's important to understand. And and sometimes it's tough to do when sometimes this is tough to do, but I do want to at least educate everybody to what's going on and what the crux of this trial is, because a lot of this stuff is important. And I think, and I don't want to just go past people's heads. The defense is arguing that this was a justified citizen's arrest, right? They were trying to effectuate a citizen's arrest. And so this case is essentially like the Rittenhouse case. It's a self-defense case, right? We were defending ourselves while making a justified citizen's arrest. And that's what the state is trying to prove, that they were not making a citizen's arrest legally. Now, it doesn't matter what they believe, but legally, did they make a citizen's arrest? And I think a lot of people missed it. The reason why the judge read off the burglary charge when he charged the jury is because they're asking the jury to find whether Mr. Arbery committed a burglary. But based on these facts and based on what we understand now, it seems highly unlikely that Mr. Arbery committed a burglary. So just so we understand the chain of reasoning, if Mr. Arbery committed a burglary, right, then the McMichaels would be able to arrest him, right, under a citizen's arrest. And therefore, if Mr. Arbery resisted being arrested, then they could have used deadly physical force if Mr. Arbery tried to resist them by grabbing their gun, for instance, because that would be a use of deadly physical force to resist arrest, just like if they were cops. But what the prosecution is doing is going after that justification, going after the burglary. So that's why you're hearing, we told them that they commit a burglary. We told them this. So that's how this is working out. The prosecution is attacking the foundation on which their defense is relying on, is that Mr. Arbery committed the felony of burglary. I hope I explained that well, but that's essentially what we're looking at here.
(27A). Is this a still shot from the video you saw when you responded to the Herndons on December 8th, 2020?
It is.
And is this also another still shot from that video showing the car that was involved?
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to be clear. When you put in your report on
Yes.
February 11th, 2020, that you believe Larry English had posted to social media, did you ever verify that he'd actually done that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. Do you even have access to Nextdoor?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And directing your attention to February 23rd, 2020, were you at work that day?
No, ma'am, I was not on duty.
All right. Did you have anything to do with the investigation into the death of Ahmaud Arbery?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And one last thing. Have you been named personally in a civil lawsuit in relationship to this case?
I have.
All right. Has that in any way impacted your testimony today?
No, ma'am, it has not.
And directing your attention to May 19th, 2020, did you actually speak with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation that day in relationship to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was prior to any lawsuit being filed?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I will go ahead and pass the witness.
This is going to be good.
Maybe a good time so I can get set up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a
He's
15-minute
about to
recess. We'll
thrash
continue
his
the,
ass.
evidence in this
You
case
guys
at
wanna see
10:30.
This
Again, discuss the case amongst yourselves during the break.
30 is good at cross examination. He's very good at cross. I gotta say, this defense attorney is about to come up. He's about to get in this witness's ass. If you want to see a show, watch this. He's about to get in his ass. He did such a great job yesterday. Why does whether or not it was justified a citizen's arrest matter? Well, if you are justified in conducting a citizen's arrest, right? So let's say you committed a rape, for lack of a better crime. And
Officer Rash, you can go ahead and take a step down. If I could have you here or back here just before 10:30, and I
Okay,
remind you during the break you're under
15
oath, do not discuss your testimony with anybody. Thank you.
so let me make sure I explain this out because I think it's important. Let me mute this so we can see what's going on. Okay. So I can be clear. Let me get this question back. All right. So we're all on the same page. So if I am conducting a lawful citizen's arrest, let's say if I just saw a man rape a woman, and I'm chasing, that allows me to do a couple of things. Because it's a felony, now I can chase you if you try to run, right? And I can try to effectuate that citizen's arrest. I've seen you in the commission of the crime, and you start running. So let's say I chase you and I'm trying to arrest you for that crime. And then you resist, right? You're resisting arrest. And then you turn and try to lunge at me and grab my firearm while I'm trying to arrest you in the commission of that burglary. That gives me since now I have the legal right to arrest you. I have the legal right to stop you, detain you, and arrest you. If you now try to grab my gun or to cause any harm to me and I kill you, the first question is, well, what right did I have to stop you? And the right that I had is because I saw you commit a crime, which was a felony, and I'm conducting a citizen's arrest. Second point here you made. They never used force on him. I think they did. He was the one who ran up and tried to grab the gun. No, when they were, maybe you haven't been up on the trial testimony, but they were chasing Ahmaud Arbery around the neighborhood for quite a while. There was like 4 different confrontations, which is just one confrontation. The one that we saw was the one that we saw, but there were actually 4 different confrontations, and we heard about them earlier. For instance, they hit Ahmaud Arbery with the car. They ran him into a ditch, and then on this last confrontation, the one that we saw on camera, he actually pointed the gun at him. Ahmaud Arbery ran around the truck, and he confronted him again because he thought he was going after his father. So that last part is not accurate, but that's where we're at now. Those are the facts as we see it now. So yes, so if they were not, because in the commission of that citizen's arrest, they would be okay. But if they weren't authorized to arrest him, to conduct a citizen's arrest, let's say he just didn't commit a burglary or he didn't commit anything, then what you have is false imprisonment. You have then an innocent person running and someone trying to falsely imprison, and that switches it now where you can't use force to detain that person. You can't point guns at them because you're not authorized by state statute to conduct the citizen's arrest in that manner. So that's what we're talking about. Yeah, they hit him with the car. His handprints were on the car. They were trying to stop him. They had tried to stop him, and that's important. But I think there are 2 things going on here. And this is where you may have heard lawyers say, when you got the law on your side, argue the law, and when you got the facts on your side, argue the facts. This is one of those times, right? The prosecutor has the law on their side, right? There was not a burglary. There wasn't enough even trespassing based on the way the law is in Georgia now, right? They had to give him a warning. That's why she went through that whole thing. Well, listen, even for trespassing, which is a lot less than burglary, you would have had to stop him before, catch him on the property, give him a warning, and then you could arrest him. You couldn't even arrest him for the original trespass. So let's say they caught him in the house. Technically, based on what the prosecutor and the cop just said on the script, said now, they would not have been able to arrest him. They would have only been able to give him a trespass warning. That's a fact that needs to be understood. Now, so that's how I don't think you can get to burglary. One other fact I think a lot of people need to understand when it comes to self-defense, because this is a self-defense case, and people need to understand this. And I think this is the confusion. They're aligning it with the Kyle Rittenhouse case. The theory of the crime for the prosecution in this case is that when they started chasing Ahmaud Arbery, he had not committed a burglary, so they were not authorized to conduct the citizen's arrest. So since they were not authorized, that turned this into now false imprisonment, right? Because they weren't authorized by state statute to do this. So now this turns into false imprisonment. So all that running around, hitting with a car, running him into a ditch, that was all false imprisonment. And that false imprisonment only ended when Ahmaud Arbery died, because even up to that point, they were trying to detain Ahmaud Arbery. They admit that we were trying to stop him and detain him for police. So since that's the fact that they have been saying, right, they have to be authorized to do that. Now, if they weren't authorized to do that, then this is a false imprisonment. And since Ahmaud Arbery died during that false imprisonment, that's what makes it felony murder. But it also removes their right to self-defense, because just like and I usually use the example I usually use is bank robbery. When you're in the bank, right, and one of the bank things lunges for your gun, and you shoot him, and you say, well, he lunged for my gun. Well, since you were in the commission of a felony, you don't have a right to self-defense at that moment, right? You don't have a right to self-defense then because you were in the commission of the felony. And that's the theory of the prosecution's case now, is that in the commission of that felony, false imprisonment, they killed Arbery, and they don't have the right to self-defense, just like if they were robbing a bank. I hope that helped, but that's just, those are just the facts as they are legally. And that's the prosecution's case. The prosecution has a good legal case. And I don't think anybody can doubt the prosecution has a good case based on the law. But now, the defense has an equally good case based on the facts, right? Fact number 1. They're not lawyers, right? So what burglary is, what they think burglary is, it's a whole different scenario, right? Fact number two, as you saw in these body cam footages, the police were actively searching for Ahmaud Arbery. That's a fact, right? He wasn't the jogger narrative and all that. Those are just lies. Police were actively searching for him. They were searching for him door to door, right? So they're taking his picture and going door to door and saying, hey, have you seen this man? They were searching to give him a trespass warning, so as if he came by the neighborhood again, they would be able to arrest him, right? So those are facts we cannot deny. And when the police were searching for him in that building, right, they were armed because they were scared for their own safety. So they were even armed searching for Ahmaud Arbery. Those are facts that we can't deny. So what the defense is saying is that if you look at the facts, look at this prowler, he's on all these cameras, all the neighborhoods looking for him, the police are looking for him, and now we see him. In the middle of the day, we see him, and we see him running. The guy that we've been searching for months, the guy that's been terrorizing this neighborhood, we finally got him in the middle of the day, coming out of a house, right? Got him. So that's what's caused the chase. Nothing to do with race at that particular time, right? Now, I understand the race baiters are going to say it's all about race, but it had nothing to do with race at that time, and we have to just be honest with that fact. What it did have to do with is this person being on camera, all the neighborhoods, black, white, Hispanic neighbors, they're all saying this is a bad guy, right? And we're looking for this guy. So race didn't have, so the race issue comes when, he died and he said the N-word. That, I think, that colors the race piece of it. But up to that point, going forward, that is not the reason why they chased him. That's not the reason why they stopped him. They have a long history. Now, the prosecution's trying to make that the facts look like they were, armed vigilantes. But the facts aren't on their side, right? And the fact that the homeowner even asked some of the neighbors to also detain Arbery even goes to another level to show that, hey, everybody was concerned. So that's what I'm saying. The law is on the side of the prosecutors in this case, but the facts are on the side of the defense. And a jury can choose to go either way. They can say, well, the law, we're going to go with the law, which they're supposed to do. But the jury also has the option to go with the facts and say, well, if I lived in that neighborhood, hell, I would have been scared too. I would have been doing the same thing too. He's all over the place, right? The cop is even saying they're looking for him. They're doing, and now the finally that you get him, and the guys try to run, and then the guy grabs for these guys' guns. Who only thing they're trying to do is stop him. They should be not guilty, right? I could see a jury going down that line of reasoning, right, and arguing that in the back. So that's what I'm saying. For those who think this case is just a slam dunk, you have to understand there are two arguments being made here, and I think both have a compelling piece to it. The facts, the arguing the law is very compelling on the prosecution side, but it's a little more complicated. But arguing the law, but arguing the facts for the defense, I think, is a really good strategy too, because the facts are very good for the defense. We've been looking at the facts, and the fact that the homeowner yesterday on cross-examination got caught in a whole myriad of lies, right? He was saying that he didn't think Arbery was even a problem, but they were like, well, hold on, the guy's running around in the middle of November with no shirt on in your house. He's not a problem. Oh, no, he's a good guy. Well, then why the hell did you call the cops every time you saw him, right? Why are you calling 911? Why are you calling your neighbors, telling them to go get him, right? Those facts matter. So, for those of you thinking that it's a done deal, there's an argument here. And if you watch that cross-examination yesterday, saw how they tore that witness's ass open, that is really, that's the game has changed a little bit here, right? This is not an easy win. Kyle Rittenhouse, I think, is an easy win. This has gotten a little bit more complicated. Thanks for showing the facts. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My YouTube demonetized stream seems to got everybody fired up. Based on the facts and the police interaction with many people involved, if Mr. Arbery committed a burglary or similar serious crime, there should be a warrant for Mr. Arbery's arrest by the PD, and this case wouldn't happen. Facts. But the PD couldn't get a warrant, right? Just for Oliver, the PD could not get a warrant. What they were trying to do is detain him to give him a trespass warning. So if he came back to the property, they can arrest him then. So they couldn't have arrested him even if they caught him in the police. Now the police have said they couldn't have arrested him even if they caught him in the property. They went through the procedure. We'd have stopped him. We'd have detained him, which the police are legally allowed to do. We'd have called the homeowner. Hey, is this guy authorized to be in it? The homeowner would have sworn out, no, he's not. Police would have issued him a trespass warning. We see you in here again. We're going to arrest you for criminal trespass. That was the procedure. That's a very good question, but that was the procedure. So even criminal trespass, based on their own procedures, they wouldn't have been able to arrest him then. Ah, I'm glad you guys like it. The court is out. Ugh, but thank you, Sally. I'm hoping, and I know these are complex legal topics, and you know, if you know, if you guys have any questions, I'm trying to break it down as simply as possible, because I you know, most lawyers don't even understand this unless you work in this area. And for everybody else, peace officer, you'll hear this a lot. You'll hear this term a lot in the industry: peace officer versus police officer. Just think about it this way: all police officers are peace officer. Peace officer means you are authorized under state statute to enforce the law. So under state statute, they'll say this town can make law enforcement officers to enforce the law. Now, when that happens, as a law enforcement officer, you can make things like car stop. You can pull over cars on the highway, right? Where regular people can't do that, right? So that's what a peace officer is. So you'll hear them all say, yeah, we have peace officer status. Now, to continue to on with your peace officer status, you have to be trained every year by the state. So you'll hear the term peace officer a lot because all these guys are peace officers. Nate, if you're going on absolute pure aspects of the law of this case, the prosecution still has to clear the mens rea issue. No, because they've already said, right, there is no mens rea here. The mens rea is already, and that's one of the weird things about a self-defense case. The mens rea and the actus reus is already done, right? It's already proven. They said they did it, and they said what they intended to do. Like the defense has already admitted, we intended to stop, detain, and arrest him, right? That's your mens rea, and your actus reus is they went out there and did it, right? Actus reus, for those of you who know, mens rea is your mental state. Actus reus is the act. So the act of actually going out there, physically putting their hands on him, detaining him, that gives you your actus reus. Done. They've admitted that. Your mens rea, what were their intent? Their intention was to detain, to arrest, to stop his progress, right? To arrest him. That's your mens rea. So they have both. So they don't. The state now doesn't have to prove those facts. They have to prove that they weren't authorized under state law, as we know it, to conduct a citizen's arrest. Because if they did, then that negates both the mens rea piece of it, because they were authorized. I know that was a long. I know I went into a long discussion. I'm sorry. It's tough because there's so many little twists and turns in the law that I like to try to explain, especially in these cases like this, because it's hard for people to get around on it. And I know the news media only tells you black man running down the street jogging, and you know they just, you know, this was a summary execution, which now you know this was not. These people were looking for this guy. He was terrorizing this neighborhood for a long period of time. Now, that doesn't mean that he should have been killed. That doesn't mean these people should have got guns and went after him. They should have just followed him. But it is what it is. So right now, if this case is going to be decided based on the law, they are guilty as sin. It's going to be based on the facts. Then I think you have. I think the defense has a real good shot. I think they have a shot, but I think the prosecution has an equal shot. And I hope you guys. I hope I explained that succinctly enough, because I know sometimes these things get complicated. Any other questions? So I think I've answered all your questions. Self-defense is pretty strong. It's pretty strong. I think self-defense is proven when you got the victim. Hey, did you guys see the Grosskreutz interviews? So for those of you who know, for the Kyle case, for Kyle Rittenhouse, the guy Grosskreutz or whatever, the guy who pointed the gun at Kyle and Kyle shot him in the arm, he's been going around he's on CNN, he's on Good Morning America, going around saying that he lied. He's essentially saying he lied in court. He's going around saying he committed perjury. Yes, when I said that, I lied, which was like, what? Why are you lying? Yeah, but he's going around saying he lied in court, which was kind of crazy. It's like, nobody's challenging him on that. Why not a charge of false imprisonment then? Is it murder? Is it murder in any sense? No, this is what's known as felony murder. All right, so if I kill you while robbing a bank, but I didn't intend to kill you, that's felony murder. So that's what they're saying. They killed him while trying to conduct a false imprisonment. That's why it's murder. It's called felony murder. A murder in the commission of a felony. I think we're back.
Mr. Rubin, you ready to go?
The prosecutor knows
Officer
that
Rash, if you
their
could just
case
come forward.
was really damaged yesterday with the testimony of the homeowner. It was really damaged. That didn't go well at all. He straight up lied. He was trying to downplay a lot of things. He was trying to make Mr. Arbery look very, very, like he was nothing. But
All right, we got the
his
witness
tweets,
back.
his
Officer
texts,
Rash,
and his
run
phone
your
calls
oath.
told a completely different
All right, let's
story
go
than
get
what he was
Jerry.
saying on the stand. What he was saying on the stand was a lie. When they pulled up his they pulled up his text messages, then they pulled up everything, and you can tell when you saw what he was saying to his neighbors, when you saw what he was texting the police. He was a man who was very afraid of Mr. Arbery, very afraid that he had stolen something. Matter of fact, he even went, remember yesterday, I kept saying, and this shows you how bad it is even with me, is that yesterday I kept saying, the owner of the house says he didn't steal anything. Well, no, he thought he did steal something. And I kept saying the owner of the house says that they thought it was white people. But in a transcript of a call to I think 911, he said that he didn't believe it was the white couple because they were only there for a short amount of time. So, like all those things the prosecutor said at the beginning were just flushed out to be lies. It was really bad yesterday. That witness was really bad. Here comes the jury. Now, this cross-examination is going to be fire. So, if you guys, if you guys want to see what the cross-examination is going to look like, let's check this out. This is going to be good. The cross-examination. Now, remember, this is the cop who was working with the community to try to stop Ahmaud Arbery from, quote, terrorizing this community. That's who's on the stand now.
Juror number 5.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. We are ready to proceed with the evidence in the case. Mr. Rubin.
Good morning, Officer Rash. Officer Rash, I want to go back through your direct examination and some of the things you've described for the jury.
They've admitted they pointed the gun at Arbery.
You talked about
that's just a fact of reality we got to deal with.
Satilla Shores as a neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that Satilla Shores is a nice middle class scenic neighborhood on the Little Satilla River?
Yes.
And you described the folks who live there as primarily elderly, right?
Yes, sir.
There are some people who have kids.
Yes, sir.
They play outside.
Yes, sir.
The adults walk the streets, work in their yard, and enjoy the river.
Yes, sir.
You've been patrolling that neighborhood for how long?
7, 8 years, maybe.
Okay. And you've gotten to know quite a few of the residents through your work, for instance, canvassing the neighborhood.
Yes.
You may not know them all by name, but you recognize faces.
Yes.
Right. And you've also gotten a chance, because you're a member of the neighborhood Facebook page, to review some of the posts, some of the times on the page.
Yes.
And this Facebook page is actually a pretty good tool for you, isn't it?
It can be, yes.
Because people on Facebook will post about crime in the neighborhood.
Yes.
They'll post about their fears about crime in the neighborhood.
Yes.
They'll post about their suspicions about crimes in the neighborhood.
Yes.
And how often would you say you review the Facebook page in Satilla Shores?
Only when I knew that there was something going on. If I knew there was an incident today, then I would go today or tomorrow, start looking to see what people would post.
Okay. So we're talking about today, this time period between October 25th, 2019 and February 23rd, 2020. During that time period, approximate for the jury how many times you looked at the Facebook page to see if this black male was seen, the one seen at Larry English's house, was seen by other neighbors or talked about by neighbors in the neighborhood.
I don't believe I could put a number on that.
More than 5?
More than 5, yes.
Okay. And in reviewing the Facebook page, did you learn about other crimes not committed by or suspected by the black male in the Larry English house, but by other people who were missing lawnmowers and suspecting other intruders and things like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Are you saying there were no other posts, or you just don't recall them?
I don't recall any other.
Okay. You're not saying there weren't posts by people like Brandon Gregory's father-in-law? You're not saying, I'm just asking if you're saying that.
Well, hearsay and the Facebook posts are, there's nobody here to testify to those Facebook posts and putting it out there that, well, have you seen this and that? At this point, the Facebook posts are hearsay as to what anyone said or did.
Well, I think we just have a name of a person that may have posted, so.
Yeah, we don't have the statement itself.
I'll rephrase. Are you aware of posts by other people in Satilla Shores about
Nice.
crimes or suspected crimes in the neighborhood?
I don't recall any specific, no, I do not.
Okay. In Satilla Shores lives one of your peers, Sergeant Brandon Gregory.
Yes,
You know Sergeant Gregory.
I know Sergeant Gregory. or
Do you know
Lieutenant
Sergeant Gregory's father-in-law?
I do not know his father-in-law.
Okay. In canvassing the neighborhood, did you ever speak to Sergeant Gregory?
Sergeant Gregory, yes, I have.
Okay. And he gave you some information about his suspicions about the black male who was entering Larry English's house, correct?
Yes, he did.
In fact, we didn't see it, I don't think, on the video of February 11th, but he shows up on scene February 11th, doesn't he?
I do.
He
Let me-
does,
I'll
yes.
try to
And
see
he
if I can
provides
get
you with information about
I think it's the
a
court
black male
thing.
that
Let me
he
try to
suspects
turn it
is
up.
committing crimes in the neighborhood.
Yes,
Did you follow up on that in any way?
I did.
And turned out,
The elderly couple at the house where he saw them was an elderly black male and female that lived there, and neither one of them, I spoke to the male. The female was in the residence, but she was out of sight. They claimed they did not have any kids, any grandkids, and he did not, the male who answered the door did not recognize the male on the picture
the picture that you were showing,
I was showing.
and that picture, to be clear, was a still of the October 25th video.
Yes, it was.
And that's the one that you used throughout.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's go back then to then what you knew about crime in the neighborhood during this time period. You were aware that Travis McMichael was a victim of a theft, correct?
Yes,
You were aware that Ronnie Olson was a victim of a theft.
Ronnie Olson.
Man who lived across the street, we see him saying, I can light this
Yeah, I know
place
who
up.
Ronnie Olson is, but I don't recall any.
I'm just changing the stream to a better stream for audio reasons. Hold on. This may be better for
Can
us.
light this
Yeah, I know
place
who Ronnie Olson is, but I don't recall any crime at his place.
Okay.
Is that
Were
audio
you aware
better?
that Diego Perez
Hopefully
was
the
a
audio
victim
will be
of
better.
theft?
I was not aware of Diego Perez either.
Okay, so the only one you're aware of then is just in that little part of the neighborhood is Travis McMichael and Larry English.
That, and I would say the Herndon residence, it's that general area of the neighborhood.
And that's down Jones Road.
On Jones Road itself.
Do the Herndons live on
No,
Jones?
not on Jones. They live on Satilla Drive, the same as the corner of Satilla and Zellwood, the same as where Mr. English's property is.
Further up towards Highway 17,
Yes, sir.
towards the entrance. Okay. So let's go back then to the beginning, which is October 25th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
There's a call from Larry English to Glenn County Police, and you get dispatched.
Yes.
And you get dispatched with other police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
An officer, and I may pronounce it wrong, Burgadius, Burgaitis, and an Officer Dixon.
Officer Dixon, yes.
Okay. And if you don't recall, I can show you these to refresh your memory. You go out there, the property that you're going to, is this your first time on the property?
First time, yes.
It's 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
It's dark.
Yes.
You go onto this construction site, but it's a house
Yes.
under construction, and tell the jury what you did when you arrived on scene.
Without going back through my camera, I arrived on scene and walked through, checked the property for the individual that was called upon.
Okay, and you knew from the video, this is a clip, and I'm looking at State's Exhibit 121.
Yes.
You knew from looking at this clip,
I'm sorry.
You can answer that. You knew from looking at this clip that, well, this is the clip Larry English sent you.
Yes.
And what you knew about the incident he's complaining about is there's a black male on his dock at 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
A guy who has no authority to be there
Yes.
and no legitimate reason that you know of to be there.
Exactly.
Okay. And so described by Mr. English is plundering around his house. And that's a word you've used in your direct examination. You reviewed the video. Did you review it when you got on scene or before you got on scene?
Afterwards.
Afterwards.
I had him send it to me afterwards.
Okay. When you get on scene, the house is dark. Now, you described the black male as a light-skinned black male, but you understand that the color of his skin depends on the camera that's taking the picture.
Okay, I'm not all into the technology of infrared. Based on what I see there, that looks like a light-skinned black male.
Okay.
What his natural skin looks like in daylight hours, I have no knowledge of that until video at a later time.
On February 23rd.
February 23rd.
And you've looked at that video?
Yes.
Okay. So the male's there on screen, I mean, in your video clip, but you get up there on scene without the clip and you go to the dock.
Yes.
You have your flashlight?
Yes.
You have your revolver?
Yes.
Is it out?
I don't believe it's out at that time.
Okay. Because no one's described anybody being armed at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go through the house?
Yes, we do.
Flashlight?
Yes, sir.
Because without that flashlight, it is pitch black in the house.
Yes.
Okay. You look around, you don't see anything of note, right?
No, sir.
You don't see anybody of note.
No, sir.
Okay. And you leave. And you file your police report, right?
Yes, sir.
But then you get the video clip, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I get it before I leave the property that night.
Okay, so you had it before you leave. So just in case, as you're driving around the neighborhood, you see someone who fits that description.
Yes.
Okay. You understood also on October 25th that when he left Larry English's house, this unidentified black male, he went across the street to Sue B. Lawrence's house.
Yes.
And
Objection.
We have an issue we need to take up outside the presence of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could go ahead and retire the jury room.
All right, for jury.
He went across the street to someone else's house. Wow. That was a fact that I didn't hear before.
All right, it looks like we're going to take a pause right now. Prosecutor jumping up pretty quickly and not looking happy with that line of questioning. Again, Glenn County Police Officer Robert Rash on the stand being cross-examined now by the defense. And the question was, they were talking about this unidentified black male in this construction site. And the defense attorney just said something about that person walking across the street. Can we listen into this? Let's listen into her objection.
Ms. Sue B. Lawrence was not at home on October 25th. And she then tells Diego Perez something, and then Diego Perez tells this officer something.
Hearsay within
I asked
hearsay.
Mr. Rubin, are you going to go into this? Because it's hearsay within hearsay within hearsay, because Diego Perez is telling him something that Sue B. Lawrence said.
Who's the best
And he
lawyer
said,
on
no,
the
I'm not going
planet?
to go into that. And then you knew that he went towards Sue B. Lawrence's house. So the only way this officer would know that is if Diego Perez had told him that, and if Sue B. Lawrence had told Diego Perez. So now we're into triple hearsay here. And I mean,
Let's clarify.
so I didn't ask for any hearsay in that question. And the way this is what I was asking, the way he knows he went towards Sue B. Lawrence's house is because Larry English made a second 911 call that's in evidence on October 25th saying he's going across the street to the whitish yellow house, and he went there. It's not hearsay.
That's
It's
true, it's
exactly
not.
what he did.
He's right.
Ask the question. So the question I thought was, and he ran to Sue B. Lawrence in the direction of Sue B. Lawrence's house.
Correct. And
It's
that's
not a
in the
listening hearsay.
911
He's
call.
right. This is overruled.
He doesn't mention Sue B. Lawrence by name, but he describes the house. And in fact, Officer Rash went there.
Where did you learn that information?
I could not recall if it was actually from dispatch or while I was on scene with because Diego Perez was out walking around that night. And until I did not know exactly, did it come from dispatch or Sue B. Lawrence or from Diego Perez?
One or the other. Let's just clarify that and we can move on from there then.
And I'm not asking what Diego said or anything like that.
Okay. That's not, now that I mean, it could be one or the other.
And that was my concern. It's like, we're going down this path where we're into triple hearsay, and I just want to cut it off before we get
Sounds
there.
Yeah, I'm not going to address anything then before the panel. I understand what the witnesses testified to, and there's the possibility of two different reasons for him having that knowledge. You're welcome to follow up on directly.
There it is. It's in.
All right, let's go get the panel.
So Ahmaud Arbery went to someone else. Damn. Wow.
All right, so that was a pretty quick resolution to that one. The prosecution worried about how Officer Robert Rash got the information that he was about to give to the defense.
Stop the bullshit. That's not what he was worried about. She was worried about letting that in to know that he went to another house right after that one, right? Because again, this is a innocent jogger who just kind of got caught out there that one day. Now you're talking about he's now you're talking about, well, he actually didn't just go, he got yeah. Let me pull up another stream, see if I can get some better audio. Yeah, it was. I don't want to get all this. Let me see if I can.
Defense attorney who was cross-examining him.
Get all this background stuff.
All right, for jury, please.
I'm going to switch the stream real quick for us, guys. One more time. This one I don't think is going to be as good, but it doesn't give me the... I'm going to see if I can find the PBS stream too. Explain, Nate. Okay, so there was objection to hearsay. So I'll pause it just real quick. All right, so there was a hearsay objection. The hearsay objection was they believed that someone told the officer that Arbery went to some other place. That happened not to be that. So that would be inadmissible. But here they're saying, well, Arbery, he said Arbery did go, and he's not asking him for the statement. He's just asking him, for his state of mind. Where did you say, where did you say he actually went? And they didn't even ask they didn't even elicit hearsay in the statement. So that's kind of why they just kind of pushed it off to the side. It was like, yeah, he's not even asking for hearsay. He's just asking what was an impression of where he might have went, not who told them he went somewhere else. It's a little weird, but that's essentially what it is. They didn't ask him who told you Arbery went to the other house. He said,
welcome back.
We've
resolved the matters we need to resolve. We're ready to get back into the
I was under the impression he went to this other house.
Officer Rash, after checking out Larry English's house, did you end up going over to Sue B. Lawrence's house?
I did.
That's the question.
And what did you do at Sue B. Lawrence's house? Tell the jury.
I went over and knocked on the door. I noticed that she had
notice he didn't say why he went over there. He said he did go.
Black square camera on her front porch, shining down towards the walkway leading up to the door.
Did you look around the house or just go to the front door?
I looked around. The rear of the property is fenced in. So I looked around the front yard and would be the left side, which faces Jones Road.
Okay. Didn't see the black male?
No.
By that point, did you already have this video clip? Do you know?
Would have to look at the time that was actually sent to my phone versus the time that I was over there.
When you went to Sue B. Lawrence's house, were you aware that Larry English had called back to the Gregory County Police Department describing where this man, in his perception, was going to?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you went to Sue B. Lawrence's house?
Yes.
Okay. While you were out at Subi Lawrence's house, did you see a man named Diego Perez?
Yes, I did.
And without telling us anything Diego Perez said,
Avoid
what
the
was he
hearsay.
doing out there?
Don't tell us what he said,
checking
just
her
tell us what
property.
he's doing.
Okay. Do you know if he was armed?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ask him?
No, I did not.
Did he get in your way in any way?
No, he did not.
Okay. So he was looking around the property at about the same time you were looking around
Yes.
the property. Was he still in his boxer shorts?
I do not recall him being in boxer shorts.
Okay. Fully dressed,
I'm assuming, yes, dressed. Yes,
as far as you know.
as far as I know, he was dressed.
Okay. If I understand correctly, you received the next call to go out to Larry English's house on November 18th. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And that would have been your second time out there,
Yes.
right? Did you, at the time you went out there on November 18th, have Larry English send you the video clips again?
Yes.
So when you went out there on the 18th, you knew you're looking for the same black male who's come back on this property.
Yes.
And this time, if you can play November 18th, and this is State's Exhibit 123. You saw this video clip.
Yes.
Okay. Now you see in the video clip. Saw in the video clip the boat on the left-hand side of the video, right?
Yes.
That's not the boat where Larry English's electronics were stolen from.
No, sir.
That's a smaller, just boat for tooling around the river.
Yes, sir.
Not his offshore boat.
Yes, sir.
But you understood by the 18th, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he had a theft from his boat that was parked at the property.
I was aware of a theft from the boat, but I do not know the date and time that he called me and told me about that.
Okay. So it's possible that you went there on the 18th and still didn't know about items missing from Larry English's house.
Yes.
Okay. You went there on the 18th, and this time you're still with other officers.
Yes.
It's dark.
Yes.
You go into the scene. You have your flashlight.
Yes, sir.
You have your gun.
Yes, sir.
Is it drawn?
While we're checking, I don't recall.
Okay. Because at this point, you still have no information that this man is possibly armed.
No, sir.
Okay. No reason to worry about a threat at that point.
No, sir.
Okay. But
he's
it's now
going
struck
somewhere
you
else.
that twice the same black male has entered Larry English's house
Yes.
and didn't catch him. He's gone.
No.
By the time you get there, he's gone now twice.
Yes, sir.
How long does it take you, and believe me, I'm not criticizing you at all. You get the call, you go. How long does it take you to get there on these occasions, do you know?
That could vary very well. I mean, am I on another call? Do I have to finish up there? It could be, if I'm just out riding from the central location of my area, 4 to 8 minutes.
Okay. So within 4 to 8 minutes, if, at best, 4 minutes, worst 8 minutes, the guy's gone.
Yes.
Okay. On the 18th, when you check out the property, and I assume you checked out the dock area,
Yes.
there's a camper on the property, just like we saw on the 11th. You checked out the camper area.
Mhm.
He's got valuables stored at this property, right?
Yes.
It's got construction valuables,
Yes.
saws and other tools, right?
Yes.
It's got boats that are valuable,
Yes.
equipment within the boats that are valuable.
Yes.
He's got a camper that contains his belongings.
Yes.
It's his property, right?
Yes, sir.
Even though it's an open construction site, it's his property.
Yes, sir.
And he has a right to keep people on or off as he sees fit.
He does.
Okay. You're now there twice. You miss him twice.
Yes.
Do you know how he gets away on the 18th?
Other than walking away, that's it.
Okay. Do you do any other steps that night? Take any other steps to find the black male?
Just canvass the neighborhood.
Okay. When you say canvas, and this is on the 18th, are you just patrolling the neighborhood or are you actually knocking on doors?
No, driving around, shining the spotlights.
Okay. Doing what you can to find this elusive black male.
Yes.
They're searching. That's a search.
You get a call from Larry English on the 1st of December, but you're off duty.
Yes.
But he describes for you a suspect.
Yes.
Someone he thinks may be involved in the theft of the stuff from his boat.
Yes.
So is it fair to say to the jury that by December 1st, you know Larry English has been burglarized?
Yeah.
Objection to that characterization, because that's not at all what Larry English said or testified to.
Well, I'm asking this officer's perceptions at that time.
Relevancy as to this officer's perception
don't wanna get
at
that in.
time of what Larry
That
English
does
said.
not
Larry
want
English
that
testified
in.
Yesterday.
Whoa.
Let's not go to speaking objections. Wait a minute. Larry English has testified. His testimony is in the record. You're asking this witness what his recollection is and what it's based upon, as I understand it.
Correct.
Okay. With that, it's overruled.
Overruled.
By December 1st,
Wow.
2019,
This is an
you
important question.
understood that
Listen.
Larry English was missing his Yeti cooler.
Listen.
Right.
Listen. This is
I knew he was
important.
missing a cooler. I didn't know it was a Yeti, but
Okay.
yes, a cooler.
We just gave a plug to Yeti.
Going to get the officer to say there was a
An
burglar.
E-Perf
Listen.
satellite system
Yes.
and another piece of electronic, I think a microphone system.
Yes.
Okay. And you understood that the items were taken from the offshore boat that had been parked at Larry English's house,
Yes.
right in the same area where this boat is now parked in State's
Wow.
Exhibit 120, 123,
Yes.
right, that RV garage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of course, you're off duty. Last thing you need is to get these calls. So you say, call somebody else or I'll be there. I can check it out tomorrow.
Now, are you referring to the item stolen or the?
Well, on December 1st, it's calling you because it's got suspect now of who might have done it in his mind.
Yes, I told him I was off duty and he called in reference to the people under the bridge.
Right.
And I told him I would check it out when I was back on duty.
And you were nice enough on the 2nd of December to go down to the Fancy Bluffs Bridge and look under the bridge to see if there was any truth to this notion that the person who was stealing the items and entering his house was down there under the bridge.
Yes.
You didn't see any evidence of
I
it.
did not.
And that was the end of that.
Into that.
Okay. Help us understand when you not just patrolled the neighborhood, but actually went around the neighborhood talking to everyone, I think is the word you said on February 11th. When did you talk to people?
Not every single one, but anybody that I encountered out riding their golf cart, walking, I would stop. Hey, I'm Officer Rash. I would introduce myself and
Burglary
ask them. I would
suspect
show
is
them a
huge.
still from that video. Have you seen this guy in around the neighborhood? Do you know where they live? We would patrol. Every day I'm on shift, I ride that neighborhood. Try to ride it once or sometimes twice per shift.
Okay. So it's not just one day you said, I'm going to go knock on doors. It's throughout this whole time period.
Yes.
And you're patrolling the neighborhood. You're going down Satilla, Burford, Zellwood, Holmes, Jones, all the streets you patrol in that subdivision. And when you see someone in the yard, you stop.
Yes.
When you see a house has a Ring doorbell or some other camera system, you stop and inquire.
Yes.
Because you're trying to find the guy who has entered Larry English's house now twice and twice gotten away.
Yes.
You're asking people, but to your frustration, no one knows this guy.
No, sir.
No one can tell you where he lives. No one can tell you, no one even told you they saw him jogging in the neighborhood,
No, sir.
right? Not a single person has seen him jogging that you talked to.
Now, I did not specifically ask, have you seen this guy jogging? But no one had seen him in the neighborhood, period.
Tell us about how many people over the course of those months that you talked to about this, how many people did you talk to?
A dozen, 12 to 10 to 20 people.
Okay.
So Arbery was a
You're showing
burglary
people
suspect.
the stills, not
That's the
from the
bombshell
November
today.
18th, but the stills from
Arbery,
October
he was a
25th video.
burglary suspect.
Or both?
It was stolen, and they thought he may have been a suspect. So he
I
was
believe
a suspected
from
burglar.
the 25th.
That came from this
the
officer.
The guy on the dock.
Yes.
Okay. And you're letting them know that this is a guy seen up at 220 Satilla Drive.
Yes.
Some people might know Larry English, but I assume most did not know who he was.
I have no idea on that.
Okay. Did you ask people to review their surveillance videos to see if he might have been captured on certain dates on those videos?
I never encountered anybody that had video that. So yeah, no, I didn't ask anybody.
Well,
to
depends if
review.
you could prove they intended to harm people. If you intend to harm persons, it's not self-defense. Nah, he was a burglary suspect. Now we know he was the prosecution didn't want that in, but it was overruled. He's a burglary suspect. Just to be clear, that's what they got in.
The next time you go out there is February 11th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And February 11th is now your third time responding to Larry English's house.
I believe so, yes.
You're aware, though, that that other officers have been to Larry English's house, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now he's a burglary suspect. That's a
officers?
different game.
I have interacted a couple times, just passing on.
Damn, it changes it.
At the end of our shift, the end of the beginning of the next shift, let them know, hey, be on the lookout, pass along to the next officer. I believe I called, it was Seth, Officer Powers on the phone and passed on some information because our briefings is we don't always see each other face to face. I would just call, hey, are you working Baker 9 tonight or are you working
I'm going to
Baker
go back
9
and listen
today?
to that
Be on the
interaction,
lookout.
but
And Officer Powers is one of those officers who did respond to Larry English's house on
that's
the 17th
huge.
of November.
That's huge.
I believe so, yes.
Right?
That checks
When
a big
the
box.
white couple came to his
Checks a
house,
big
you didn't respond to
motherfucking
that
box.
call.
No, sir.
Is it your understanding that Officer Powers responded?
I'm not 100% sure. I had to look at the CAD log to see who was on duty that day.
All right, but if you don't have any knowledge, that's fine. February 11th, this time it's not Larry English's call. It's Travis McMichael's call.
Yes.
Were you aware when you got there or on your way there that the man who is now seen on the 11th of February is possibly armed?
At one point, Travis says that he appeared to reach for his pocket or his waistband.
Mhm.
I do not recall if that was relayed to me via dispatch while I was en route or once I arrived on scene.
Okay. So we saw a video, and this time you're not just going in with your flashlight. This time you got guns drawn. So does that help refresh your memory? It does. Of when you heard that the man in the house is possibly armed.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Wow.
And what is your memory?
This is damning
now
stuff,
tell you
guys.
Is when you learned that
We-
The damn
We
cop
went in with our
police.
guns drawn based on that. The dispatch told us that he was possibly armed. That's why we would have went in there
Wow.
with our guns drawn while we searched the residence.
So this is a different situation.
Wow.
You're now going to a house and you might encounter a man who has a gun.
Yes.
Heart pumping,
They
Yes.
believe he's armed.
Adrenaline
They believe he
flowing.
could have been
Yes.
armed.
okay? Now you got to
Shit.
be really on your toes.
Yes.
And
I
we
told
saw
you his
another
defense attorney's good.
officer with you. I think his name is
Fuck.
Trenton, but
Trenton Sherman.
Prosecution's case is
He's
going to
there with
hell.
you.
What
Yes.
the
at
hell?
some point, did you hear Officer Trenton say,
They thought he was armed and they came with guns. This fact changes a lot. I got to pause it.
and I'm just using the quote, if I misquote it, tell me.
Before he quotes it. Oh shit. We got some huge fucking facts. It's not damning, it's enlightening. I don't know about that because you checked two boxes just now that weren't checked before, right? Box number one. Let's just go through it. Box number one was he was a burglary suspect now because of the theft. Remember, they went through the whole thing. Well, we thought he stole something, so theft. So you got the burglary suspect. So now you got that burglary piece of it, right? Now it wasn't unreasonable for them to think that he committed a burglary. Before we thought it was all unreasonable. Cop is saying burglary suspect. Then you got number two, right? You got the second thing. The cops thought he was armed. So when they start searching for him, they went with guns drawn because they had the perception that he may be armed. two monstrous facts. Let's not sugarcoat it. What this officer is testifying is damning. I'm going to say it. It's damning. Still, I think I still would say guilty, but we just can't pussyfoot around these facts. These facts are not good at all. And this officer is being cross-examined by a fucking pro. He's got it out of him. So this is where my lack of understanding of the law really puts me at a disadvantage. How is changing the nature of the search? How is changing the nature of the search is a big deal. Well, now you're looking for a burglary suspect, not somebody who's committing trespass. So now you're talking about looking for somebody who's committed a felony, or you believe has committed a felony. And the reason McMichael said they were armed is because they believed he was armed, Arbery, and the cops are now saying before that he was killed, before that incident, they also thought that Arbery may have been armed. That's why they were in the building searching for him with guns. So that's what I'm saying. Now it's making their response. Why they get the guns? Well, even the police thought he was armed. Why did they get committed a burglary? Because the police thought he was committed a burglary. Those are facts that, listen, I don't care what anybody else is telling you. I don't care what the mainstream. Those are facts that are pretty that are. It's tough. Those are tough to just ignore, right? Those are tough to just ignore. So you guys figure it out yourselves on what it means to you, but those are just two facts that now we know are in the record. Let's continue.
Where you at, motherfucker?
I don't recall hearing that.
Okay.
Let me go back so we can get that question.
Misquoted. And I'm just using the quote. At some point, did you hear Officer Trenton say?
This was what Trenton said when they were looking for him in the house with guns out.
I'm just using the quote. If I misquoted, tell me. Where you at, motherfucker?
Where you at, motherfucker?
I don't recall hearing that.
Okay.
So the
At
cops
this
are looking
point,
for Arbery,
though,
guns out, screaming, "Where you at, motherfucker?"
You're on heightened alert.
Yes.
You have, when you get on scene, you
Shit.
have neighbors out there. You have Travis McMichael out there.
Yes.
So you hadn't met up till that point.
No.
You have Greg McMichael out there.
Mhm.
And again, you have Diego Perez out there.
Yes.
You recognize Diego as the guy you saw on the 18th of November?
Yes.
Fuck.
You got Officer Sherman with you, or does he come later?
Officer Sherman arrived after. That's why I stood by the car out front waiting on him.
Okay.
He and Officer Chandler Smith, they
Plothole's
arrived
here.
about the same time.
Oh, what's
Okay.
up,
And
Plotho?
they're your
It's my brother.
partners. They're your backup,
Mostly
essentially.
like that.
You're
From another
taking
mother.
the lead on this.
Yes.
Okay. And
Wow.
when you get there, essentially,
You've missed a lot,
Travis
brother.
McMichael,
You missed a lot.
Diego Perez, and Greg McMichael are
Arbery was
keeping
a
an eye
was a
on the house,
Yes.
they've
making sure
said
that if this
he was
guy
a-
goes
he was
anywhere,
a
this
burglary
intruder,
suspect, the police,
that
and the
they
police thought
keep
he may
eyes
be
on.
armed, so they were searching for him with guns.
Overuse
That's
the
what's
word
changing.
intruder, and Judge, we would object to that, use of that word.
burglar.
The cop is on cross-examination, and he is being
So,
told.
ladies and gentlemen, as I've already instructed you, the questions asked by lawyers and statements made by lawyers are not evidence in this case. Mr. Rubin chooses to use
Before the
that
incident-
word to
before the
describe the
incident.
individual again.
Before the
The
incident,
testimony
just so you understand,
in this case and what you may
Before
see
the
as
incident.
exhibits.
the police had
Mr.
qualified Arbery was a burglary suspect, not just a
When you get
trespasser,
there,
a burglary suspect.
Three
And they
neighbors
also thought he
have
may be armed, so
basically
when they searched for him,
blanked
they pulled out
front
their
and back
guns
of the
looking
house
for
to
Arbery.
keep an eye
Those are
out
two
for this guy.
facts that we just found out.
Right?
That's
Upon my
damning.
arrival, they were all in the front yard.
On the front. Okay.
The
At
police
what point do they
thought he
start
was a
going in
burglary
the back?
I don't recall them going in the back while we were clearing the
Those are new
residence.
facts,
Well, you're
I know,
told
but those are facts that I
Travis
think
is
are
in the back
relevant
at some point,
to
aren't
their
you?
state
That's
of
after
mind.
we walked back to the front, after we cleared the residence, I believe.
Okay. All right.
Shit.
You'll go start the video. This is. No, two.
That changes it because now the
Basically,
citizens
let's
arrest
walk through
is
this video
more
a little bit.
likely. it's more likely, right? Now you got the felony. We thought he was committing. The cops thought he was committing a felony, right? Committing felonies. The cops thought he was armed, and the cops were searching the neighborhood for him. Have you seen this man? This is going right down a very, very interesting
We're going to
chain.
walk through the exhibit again.
Yeah, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back through it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we could, you're going to get copies of the transcript.
We got a little
Don't
break.
start reading back over. Mr. Rubin's going to be referring to portions of the transcript, and those transcripts are being given back to you to help you refer to that page and line that's being addressed.
I told you guys.
So please use those.
This attorney
in that
was
way.
great
Thank you.
at cross-examination. This attorney, I told you,
Being said versus what's being seen,
he's
so we
damn
don't have
good.
them reading while they should be watching.
If we could.
Yeah, evidence of trespass
stop
is
right
one
there.
thing, but the cop said that he was a burglary suspect,
You testified earlier that the man seen on the screen at this point is Diego
and they
Perez.
believe the
Yes.
police
He's got a
believed it.
flashlight,
Yes, sir.
and he's heading towards down the side of the
You
house.
take that
Is
information
correct?
what you want.
Yes, to the side, yes.
Okay. Now, the side of the house, that white vehicle, or that white item,
This stuff's
that's
fantastic, yeah.
Mr. English's camper.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's stop there.
This dude is no
At
joke.
that point,
This dude is
Officer
no
Rash,
fucking joke.
have you authorized
Let's not-
Diego
don't-
Perez
I
to
wouldn't
do
play games with
any
this guy.
investigation?
I have not authorized him.
Have you authorized him to do any search for Mr. English or for you?
No, I have not.
You had not deputized Diego Perez,
No, I have not.
but he's out there assisting.
Yes.
You're okay with that?
At that time, yes.
You never.
All right, we got to talk about that. So the prosecutions that we got to talk about this, right? The prosecution's big thing was you weren't deputized, police didn't ask you, you were just out there on your own. But guess what? They have another citizen who's out there on his own searching for Ahmaud Arbery with the police. And that's why he asked him. He wasn't deputized, you didn't ask for his assistance, but you were happy that he was doing what you asked him to do. This is a seasoned lawyer who understands how to take a witness and walk them down a train of thinking to get the answers that you need him to say. So yeah, we don't have any evidence that you told him directly, we need your help, you're a deputy, but he's out there helping you anyway, and you didn't say no, right? Again, you're sitting in the mind of a juror, right? You're not a lawyer, you're sitting in the mind of a juror. How would you feel if you're hearing all this? That's why this is good stuff. This is good stuff. I think McMichaels are guilty of murder, but you gotta appreciate the game
No.
when somebody's doing a
And
good
Greg
job.
McMichael
This
and
guy
Travis
is doing
McMichael
a
are out there
solid
as well.
fucking job.
Yes, they are.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
The McMichaels are out there
You
searching
didn't
with
find out Travis is
So-
armed, right?
Yes.
You're okay with
and,
that?
and Travis is
You
armed,
didn't tell
and he's
Travis
okay
to
with
put
this.
his gun up.
No.
You didn't tell Travis to go home.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell Greg to go home.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell Diego to go home.
No, I did not.
They're out
The
there
McMichaels are out
keeping
there
their
with
eyes
guns.
out.
With the
assisting you.
police searching
Yes.
for Arbery because
Okay
they
with
think
that.
he is armed.
Yes.
I'm getting more coffee.
Can you stop right there? Do you see this flashlight back here?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who that is?
That's Diego Perez standing along the fence, shining the light back there.
Okay, so while you're in front with other officers, your body camera is now just turning on. He's out back. He's heading back by the camper and back where the dock is, correct?
He's walking down the side of the house. Yes.
Okay.
Hey Nick, if you want in here, I sent you the link. I think. Let me know. Hey, actual Justice Warrior, if you want inside here too, I'll send you a link too. Just let me know.
All right, stop right there.
Georgia
Larry
Waller.
English didn't even call you that night until you called
But
him.
Nick, let me know if you want the link.
Is it your understanding that instead of calling the Glenn County Police, he
No,
called
this is
Diego
not so
Perez?
irrelevant.
I did
I
not know that.
understand, but this is not irrelevant.
At
This
that
is not
point, I didn't know
irrelevant.
Well, I'm
that.
sorry.
This is relevant shit.
Go ahead, say that
At
again.
that
Matter of
point, I
fact,
did
I'll
not know
ask
that.
I'll
When
ask
did you
people the
find that
question
out?
in the chat. Is
When
this
he on the phone,
irrelevant?
he told me he had sent the video to Diego, and that's when I responded, I'm the one on duty tonight. I understood him. He sent it to an officer we have, Del Torre, Diego Del Torre. I was thinking he sent that to another officer. That's why on the phone with Mr. English, I said, I'm the one on duty tonight. Send it to me.
Did you ever ask Diego Perez this night to see what Larry English had sent him?
No, I did not.
Because you didn't know he had it.
I did not know.
Okay. What do we see you getting out of your, it looks like the
A
trunk.
flashlight. That's out of my front door. I have my standard police issue flashlight, and then I have a larger, it's a brighter flashlight, and my police issue flashlight was going dead, so I went and retrieved a second flashlight.
Okay. And while you're retrieving your flashlight, we see two gentlemen on your body cam. I think you've identified the man in the blue shirt as Diego Perez. And you know who that is?
I believe that's Travis, or Greg McMichael.
The man in what looks like a gray short sleeve shirt.
Yes.
Okay. And he's walking around the house as well.
They're in the front yard of the house, yes.
Okay.
Wow. You guys got to think like Doris.
They said unless he's jumped the fence and went over somewhere, they don't know if he hasn't went on the road. So we just need to check everything.
Everything's good, brother. Shit.
Stop it. That's you.
That is me.
You got your flashlight in one hand and your police
NY
issued
militia.
firearm in the other.
Yes.
Okay. Guns drawn.
Yes, sir.
Guns drawn looking for Arbery. Militia. If you commit a felony, I don't have to arrest you that same day, right? If I know, if I've seen you commit a felony. So
But it's a burglary or
now it makes things a lot
trespassing.
messier.
It's property crime. So why is your gun drawn?
I believe at that point then that we were notified, I guess dispatch had notified us that possibly armed.
So it's for your protection,
My protection.
not to hurt anybody. It's to protect you
Absolutely.
in case somebody jumps down from the rafters we're looking at.
Yes, sir.
It surprises you.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect yourself.
Civilians
Yes, sir.
You
armed.
need to
help.
protect Officer Sherman.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect Greg McMichael,
Wow.
Travis McMichael, and Diego Perez because they're
Everybody's
in danger too.
with guns looking for
You don't know
Arbery.
what's going to happen,
I do not.
but you don't take any
Shit.
chances.
Not at all.
Okay. So it's standard procedure when you go into a possible armed situation to make sure you have your gun ready
Yes.
for your protection.
Yes, sir.
This case just got fucking crazy. This case got crazy.
Clear here.
This trial just got insanely crazy, right? They are searching for Arbery with guns
I didn't hear
because he's a
you, Officer
burglary
Rash,
suspect.
say,
That's what we got
and maybe
going
I just
on.
missed it,
This trial
Glenn
just
County
blew
Police,
up
come
in our
out.
face. I'm
but they
sorry.
do on TV.
I believe these guys committed murder.
Did you
But
say
if
it? I
you're
missed
saying
it
that
or
this
you didn't
is
say it?
not
I assume Glen County
relevant,
Police when we
you
walked
are
in.
just
Okay.
blind to
So that's
facts.
to announce your presence.
Yes.
And that's to make sure you're not surprising anybody.
Wow.
Yes.
And it's to make sure that that person knows if that they should come out because you're an officer.
Yes.
Listen, let's just stop this, right? Let's stop saying this is irrelevant. This means nothing. They are the McMichaels. Their defense is that he committed a burglary and we were trying to catch him committing a burglary. What evidence do you have he committed a burglary? The police thought he committed a burglary, right? One. And then number two, the police thought he was armed. And how do we know that they knew the police thought he was armed? Because the police with the McMichaels, who were also armed, searched the property for Arbery because they all thought he was armed. That's why this matters. I'm sorry. I still believe that the McMichaels are guilty of murder. Yes. That's my bias. But you cannot deny what you're seeing on this screen. You cannot deny that this defense attorney is blowing up the prosecution's case as we speak. Right? It just is. It just is what it fucking is. I don't know how to spin it. It is what it is. He's blowing up their case with their witness. He did it yesterday. He's doing it again today.
You use your presence to get compliance with orders.
Yes.
You're in uniform. You want them to see your badge, right?
Yes.
See your vest if you're wearing a vest that night that says Glenn County Police.
Yes, sir.
Because presence is one way to gain compliance, right?
Yes, sir.
Shouts is another word.
They saw
Shout,
a burglary.
meaning,
They saw who they
here.
believe the burglary suspect. Right?
I want you to come out with
armed
your hands
burglary
up.
suspect.
That's
That's
right?
what he's building
Yes,
up right now. Yes,
Are
they
you
just saw him
familiar
running, but that's
with
how
the
this is
phrase
changing that
shout,
narrative.
shove, show,
Please
shoot?
watch the whole thing.
No, sir.
Okay. You're familiar with the use of force continuum.
Yes.
And the use of force continuum, as you know from your training, is
This is
the levels
textbook
of
felony murder.
force
I
that can
agree.
be used by a
This
police
is making it very
Yes.
complicated.
including
Though. That's
just
what they
your
want to
presence
do.
is a use of force.
Yes.
When I'm here and I tell you to do something, you do it just because I'm here.
Yes.
Another way to get compliance is shouting a command.
Yes, sir.
Do as I say, because I'm telling you as a police officer what to do,
Yes.
right? And I have the authority to do that.
Yes.
Another way to gain compliance is to show your weapon as you're doing here.
Yes.
I have a weapon, don't do anything stupid. Here it is. You're not hiding it, right? It's not a concealed weapon. You want them to see it, right?
Yes, sir.
Because seeing a weapon will gain compliance from the person you're seeking to investigate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then last, of course, the ultimate use of force is shooting somebody.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
that's deadly force.
Yes.
And you only do that when you yourself are in danger or when other people are in danger.
Yes.
Fuck. Did I send Nick the thing? Oh yeah, I did see it. Sorry. Yeah, they're searching for, before the shooting, they're searching for a burglary suspect who they think is armed. And that is Ahmaud Arbery. And guess who? And it's the police searching with the McMichaels and the other neighbor. That the owner of this house gave permission to go into the house to detain Arbery. That's the facts that we got right now in front of us.
No, it's just an attic. They don't have there's a ladder here, but to access that attic, but well, I mean, there's a ladder right here. We can stand
You
up.
can see the police with the
But they don't have
guns
the
drawn
attic.
too. Wow. This case became very more complicated.
Is that Officer Sherman?
And that is Officer Sherman.
Okay.
Right here now. Doing this next room.
This case got complicated. He's going up. What's he pointing? He's got his flashlight up there. For the suspected burglar. That's what the witness said. We're going to run it back to listen to what he said earlier. But yeah, they suspect him of burglary. She objected, but it was overruled. They suspect him of burglary. That's why they're searching. They're searching for an alleged burglar. I know that's insane, but that's what they're searching for. I'm not even bullshitting you. Matter of fact, they're searching for a suspected burglar who is armed. Let's just call it what it is. That's why they got their guns out. If I gotta define burglar, you gotta learn how to use Google, my friend.
So he's got cameras out here, and the guys caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff.
Stop it. Who are you talking to?
Officer Sherman.
Okay, so you're getting him up to speed on the things that you know that the guys caught him, the guy being Larry English.
Yes.
Caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff. You're talking about the stuff in the back of the house.
On the docks, yes.
On the docks, okay.
This is not good. This is not good to the for the pro Arbery people. This is not good. The whole jogging narrative, that's been destroyed. That's been absolutely destroyed. Somebody says he's a jogger, they haven't been watching the trial testimony, they don't know what they're talking about.
So they're missing a person, huh? Well, this guy's got these cameras and he lives in Douglas.
This is a couple of weeks before Arbery got shot. I think this is actually 12 days before Arbery got shot. Look up the upper left, February 12th. So when the McMichael said 2 weeks ago, we were searching for him because we believed he was a burglary suspect and we believed he was armed. That's why this is important. That's their defense. Their defense is 2 weeks ago, we were searching for him and we thought he was a burglary suspect. What you're watching now is the McMichaels armed with police who are armed, searching for the black burglary suspect that they believe is there. That's where we're at. What's up, Nick? What do you think about this bombshell testimony? Nick, we cannot hear you. Maybe you're muted. You're muted.
Maybe the other one. Is that any better?
That did.
Oh, I did it. Perfect. This is crazy. I mean, this is exactly the opposite of where we were a week ago, right? I mean, it's just everything's completely changed. So,
they're searching for him because they think he's armed and he's a burglar. Now, I also want I think I gotta just so people understand how important this is. Let's say I commit a murder yesterday, and the murder's committed yesterday, and you see me today. Can you conduct a citizen's arrest for me for committing that murder? Of course you can, right? Of course, because it's so serious. You don't have, if you see me a month later and you commit it and you want to arrest me, right? You can, because it's a felony, and and that's it. That's what they're trying to prove up. That's what the defense is trying to prove up now with this testimony, that he likely committed a burglary in the past, and now because of that burglary, when they see him again, they're trying to arrest him for not only the burglary they think he committed then, but also this past burglary. And the reason why they got guns, Nick, what's the reason? Why the reason why they have guns? But need the guns to go arrest him?
Self-defense.
Because they believed in this search that you just see when they're searching for him right now, and the police said, we think he may be armed, that they were reasonable in thinking he may be armed. That's where we're at. It's this is changing again.
Yeah.
Did he jog between?
Oh God.
Here we go.
yeah. I think that's troll.
Yeah, I still think they're guilty, but we got to be honest with the facts, guys. I'm just honest with the facts.
I mean, yeah, I'm still catching up because I've been following mostly with the Rittenhouse thing. So I'm really glad this is going to be a great opportunity to catch up. But I mean, it's like a week ago, the way it seemed like was they just found a random black guy running and they charged up on him, and now the testimony's changed everything. It's
they've been searching. They were searching for this black guy for months, right? He's a neighborhood prowler.
Or somewhere, he's always calling and texting me video of the guy plundering through the house. Well, tonight the neighbor come by and saw the flashlight of somebody in here. So
You use Mr. English's word, plundering, kind of like you're back in your grandma's kitchen. Plundering means messing around with stuff you shouldn't be messing around with.
The way I feel, yes.
Just like your grandma used to, get out of our way. You're getting into my stuff.
Yes.
And that's how you use it. You got that word from Larry English. Same word he uses.
Yeah.
Wow. This is blowing up the prosecution's case. This is blowing them up. I still think they got a winner, but this is not easy. This is not going to be easy.
On what grounds do you think they still have a winner?
He sends me the video of it.
Well,
Some good quality
I
stuff.
still think the law's on their side,
What are you
but
referring to?
this makes it
I
more
believe it was
difficult.
Officer Sherman was
Damn
standing
sure
there
makes it a
looking
little
up at the camera located on the front of the house. My body camera doesn't show it, but he's standing there with his light looking at the camera that Mr. English has mounted on the front corner.
So the good quality stuff is the good quality surveillance system that allows you now to know what this guy looks like and to be able to identify him.
Yes, sir. A lot of places we go to, the cameras look
Eraser,
like
you're back here, huh? I thought you
the
were
1950s.
hate me.
Very,
No, I'm just
very
messing with
poor
you.
quality, and those were some of the better quality cameras I have seen.
Okay, great.
At least this case is with good lawyering. Oh yeah, this lawyering is excellent.
Now you're back out front, right?
Yes, sir. Walking back up to our cars.
We don't see him back there unless he jumped the fence this way or.
Travis just walked down there. He's going in our backyard and checked back this way.
Okay.
His arm, by the way.
Okay.
Stop right there. So at this point, Greg McMichael is talking to you, correct? And Greg McMichael is telling you that Travis just walked down there. He's going in my backyard to check back this way.
Yep.
So Mr. McMichael, Travis McMichael at this point is kind of expanding the search
Going down, I took that as he's going down to his residence.
in the backyard. Or I'm sorry, yeah, he's going in my backyard to go check back this way, right?
Yes.
Because it's possible that the black male intruder is left that scene and is in somebody else's backyard.
Possibility.
And Travis is checking that out.
Yes.
And Travis is checking it out on February 11, 2020 with a gun.
I don't know that he is checking out in other people's backyards.
No, his backyard.
He's going to check out his backyard.
And
Yes.
he's armed,
Yes, he is.
just like he was armed when he was back at Larry English's house.
Yes.
It's
He
hard
was
to
only
say
the
that
gun
that's
come
not
back out and
reasonable
go into
for
his
you to be.
backyard, Right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Shit.
You're okay with that?
Yep.
No problem. He's right to carry a firearm.
He does.
And just like you're needing it for protection, he has a right to protect himself as well.
He does. On his property, yes.
On any property, he has a right to protect
Yes.
himself.
I think all our guys are walking.
Reasonable suspicion is not enough.
Red shorts and white shirts.
They lose on
Same
reasonable
guys except
suspicion.
sleeve. So Travis actually saw him.
Yeah, he said he turned around right here, put the lights on, and see that he lights it, he called us inside the house. Yeah. I'll let y'all know I can lock this up by daylight.
Did you have a camera in your window, right? Had-
We didn't identify, I don't think, this guy. This is Ronnie Olson.
Ronnie Olson.
And he lives right across the street,
Yes, sir. Directly across the street.
directly across the street, 219 Satilla.
I believe so, yes.
Did you understand that he had a surveillance system?
I knew he had a camera in his window, and he mentioned then he had one on the corner, the eave of, I believe, the eave of his house.
But it just wasn't very good at night.
No.
Okay.
But you
But
said-
at night, it don't look through the glass. I don't have any vision out here after dark. I mean,
Okay.
they eat and lazy.
Okay.
The rest of them don't eat, so it's not.
Well, get with it, man. Get with it, man. Chop, chop.
He said he was lazy, so
I got this whole place up by daylight.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Mr. English and get him to look back at his cameras.
Yeah, because he's got this.
Now, this guy, he's always on foot. Nobody in the neighborhood knows who he is. We can't identify. I've been about every house, door to door, trying to.
I know you said earlier, it wasn't really every house door to door, but 10 to 20 people, no one's seen them walking the neighborhood, running the neighborhood, jogging the neighborhood, doing anything in the neighborhood. No one's seen them.
no one had ever seen him.
You know what? I don't know if you guys caught that, but you saw how he impeached him. Just a simple impeachment. You said earlier you didn't check door to door, but you did, right? It's like it was a quick impeachment. But you see, you don't have to go and just slam him. You just got to just remember earlier when you said you didn't go door to door, but now you're saying you went door to door, right? Tough.
ID. He's been on their video. They have video over here. We caught him on this guy right there. We caught him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where and he usually goes this way, straight down that road.
All right, stop. Again, when you're saying he goes this way, you're talking about Jones?
Jones, yes.
Okay. I could just.
Oh no. I'll give you my reasons for that. No, not because of the race thing. Sorry, guy. Now I'll explain it to you.
Just to orient everybody, if they can see, and if you can see, Stilla Drive. Here's the entrance up here. Can you see that also?
Yes, sir.
And Stilla Drive. This is Jones, and that's Larry English's house right across
Yes.
from Jones. McMichael's live further down.
Yes.
Okay.
So where I'm standing in this picture, Jones Road would be right to the right where Mr. Olson, you can see Mr. Olson pointing down Jones Road.
Okay. So if you look right across the street, you look down Jones Road.
Well, yeah, at an angle directly across, you see the house, but off to the right of Mr. Olson is Jones Road.
Oh, yeah. No, they already sued.
And then Jones would be off to the right of him.
Do you know Matt Albenzi?
I do know Matt Albenzi.
He lives down Jones.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
This office is being sued because of this.
CPC, because that's usually the way he goes.
How do you know the way he usually goes?
Then Mr. English is saying when he leaves the property, the first time he said he went over towards Jones Road, towards the house on the corner. And the second time, I believe Mr. English, I remember him telling me that he left in the same direction.
Okay. Do you know if that black male has any business down that road?
I do not.
Doesn't, there's no grandma down there?
I don't even know who he is, so I have no knowledge of that.
There's cameras.
Yeah, the jogging narrative is done. That's blown up. If somebody keeps saying that he's a jogger, they just don't know what they're talking about anymore. Not with the evidence that we just saw today. Yeah, he's no innocent jogger.
Hold on. What's that now? Yeah, the son saw him, put the light, he ripped it around, and the guy ran inside. This is
You don't have to prove that he actually did the crime. The standard is, was it reasonable for the McMichaels to believe that this guy committed a burglary, and was it reasonable for them to believe that this guy was armed? With all this, they're searching with police. Police has everybody in the neighborhood searching who's armed, looking for this guy.
At this point,
the police thought he was a suspected burglar.
Yet for this night.
No, I'm not showing Officer Sherman
reasonable?
video because he is about to start driving around canvassing the neighborhood.
You got to start thinking that way. It's hard for me to say they're not being reasonable. It's hard for me to say they're not being reasonable. I'm just being honest. I'm somebody who's honest with it. Keeping it 100. Nick, is it unreasonable to think that he's a burglar and he's armed, based on now the facts that you know?
I don't know if it's. I don't think it's unreasonable to think he might be, but to think that he is, I think are two different things. To want to talk to him, I think I understand that. It's certainly not unreasonable to be concerned that he's not. That's not unreasonable. Given this, I'd probably get concerned about it.
I'm on duty tonight. There's 5 or 6 of us here along with the neighbors.
But I haven't heard. I've been asleep. What happened this morning? What was this morning about the jogging?
5 or 6 of you meeting Glen County Police
I'll let you know.
Yes.
And neighbors.
When they break,
neighbors are Michaels and Diego.
Get a recap.
Ronnie Olson now.
Ronnie Olson, yes.
At some point, we see Matt Albenzi come into view in a red shirt, right?
Yes.
This here said he run into the house, so he went out back. He's jumped the fence somewhere and went right or left, but we looked all on the dock and in the camper, under the camper, around the camper. We looked all up in the rafters and everything. I even got on the ladder, looked up there to see if he was on top of around the air handler and it up there. No signs of him here. They're canvassing the neighborhood right now, trying to find him out. So we're actively looking at your neighbor across the street's going to look at his camera because he says his camera looks at whatever this road is, Jones Road. He's got a camera that looks at Jones Road. He's going to look at it and see if he's seen where he went that way. But as of now, that's what I was going to see. So you send me what video you have. Does it look like it's the same guy as always? Lost what we're talking about. I lost you there. My Bluetooth's right here. So does your camera, does it look like the same guy as always? Hello? Hello, sir. Okay. Does it look like the same guy as always?
Same guy, right? That's what he's telling you.
Yes, sir.
First time now you've actually confirmed that the guy on February 11th is the guy on November 18th, the guy on October 25th.
Yes, sir.
Same guy.
Still can't
We
catch
now
him.
know it's Ahmaud Arbery.
The guy, Mr. McMichael lives down the road, the retired law enforcement officer and the DA investigator. His son saw him and said, the black male had on red shorts or whatever. I had to go back there and get exactly what he had on. But he saw him and turned in your yard, put the headlights on him, and he run in the house. He saw him run through the house, so we just don't know who he is. So. All right, thanks, sir. He's saying it's the same guy. He's got the video.
Officer Rash, you're approaching Greg McMichael, Travis McMichael, and somebody I don't know who that is. I don't know if it's Officer Sherman or somebody else, telling them English has just confirmed it's the same guy who's been breaking into the house on multiple occasions.
Yes. Or not breaking in, trespassing on the property. Yes.
Trespassing, but stuff's missing.
Not by this guy.
Do you know that?
None of the video shows him taking anything from the property.
None of the video shows anybody taking anything, but stuff's missing.
There is stuff missing, yes.
From the boat.
From the boat.
Parked on the property.
That was
Yes.
well done.
Right?
Yes.
Circumstantial evidence, right?
I tried to
Objection.
evade saying it, but he's like,
Calls for a legal conclusion. This is for the jury.
I think this officer is now explaining what he knows and how he knows it and what significance it has to him.
He's going to explain what he knows and understands. Go ahead.
yeah, that was nice.
I know there was stuff missing from the boat on the
Didn't get
property.
snarky about it
At
either.
the same time, this black male has now entered 3 times.
Yes.
Okay. But you're talking to Travis and Greg, right? As you're walking down, confirming that Larry English says it's the same guy.
Yes.
You know, he said to another officer he didn't know who was on duty. That's the first I'm seeing it here. But, This is video. It is being built. Oh, that one. No. This is the video from one of the prior. Same kid. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, this is got sleeve tattoo.
So now Travis confirms for you that the guy he's looking at on February 11th, the guy he saw in person, is the same guy that's been there before.
Yes.
He was wearing a red shirt and white pants. I didn't see the tattoos. But he's got like twisty hair. Yep, that's what dreads. Yep, that's what dreads. Yep, yeah, dreads or twists, whatever they call it. Yeah, I was watching the inside. But yeah, that's what it is. It's the same guy. I don't know where the crap he's coming from. He's coming down this road. Straight down this road. Someone's going up 17, or he's probably going across from that neighborhood.
When Travis tells you he's coming down this road, we're talking about Satilla Drive.
He is pointing from the entrance down to Tiller Drive. Yes.
So at least Travis suspects, or at least telling you, it's coming from the entrance at 17 into the neighborhood.
That's, yes, what he's telling.
Okay.
Well, I've been up there. You know, down here at the corner of Jones and Zellwood, you have the family there to have the adopted, right, and all foster kids. I went and talked to them because they got one that kind of matches it, but he's Mayor, he's got something wrong with him. Matter of fact, he just had a kidney transplant, blah, blah, blah. He just kind of shoved his whole life like he right in that corner. Yeah, and then when you turn on Zellwood down there, the house has got a dumpster out by the driveway. There's some blacks right in there. Is that right? And, matter of fact, don't I kept forgetting about that. They have some kids that age here in the house. Yeah. Well, I've been there for a report of a alleged assault or whatever, and it's the kids they have are only females. I don't know if it's one of them's boyfriend. They only had daughters there, so it could be unless somebody's moved in with them or whatever. But yeah, nobody seems to know who this kid is, where he's coming from. But like he's always, all the time on the video that Mr. English just sent me, it's always been just in there plumbing around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything.
So, he hasn't seen him take anything, right? That's what you described for Travis and Greg. But you don't say he hasn't taken anything.
That's true.
Only that he hasn't been seen.
Hasn't been seen taking anything.
Just as no one's been seen taking anything.
No one.
I said, so, trespass. Yeah, you heard it. So,
Stop.
Oregon prowling.
Criminal trespass, yeah, at the very least. Is that
Seen
you
someone
talking or
taking
someone else talking?
No,
I believe Greg said criminal trespass, and I said at the very least.
At the very least. Because it could be
I have to
burglary.
look at
Right?
how it is, yes.
Because it could be burglary.
If he is caught taking something, then yes, he could be charged with burglary.
Well, if it is not taking something but goes in with the intent to take something, you understand that's burglary, right?
With the intent to take something?
He knows it
If
is.
he
knows
had
it
the
is.
intent.
I don't know. I'm just saying that's the law as you understand it as an officer, right?
With the intent, yes, the law does say with the intent.
He tried not to say it. He was like, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it.
Now, we did have several reports out over here in the house.
That was cute.
The guy with Jeep and all this, he had some stuff stolen, some guns stolen, but we got on video the car that people had come in and stole them. They were from another neighborhood. Yeah. They had those up in.
That's Mr. Albenzi.
Now, Mr. Benson, yes.
Bring it in. I just called him. But you got on. This is tonight. This is facing out the road. Yes.
Shit. They got the officer who's searching for him on the stand saying, yeah, he takes on his burglary or the intent to take something. Burglary. This is damning testimony.
He's got like twists or dreads, 3 to 4 inches long. He has sleeve tattoos on his arms.
Fuck.
No, it's right here. I was driving by, so I walked across the yard. You know, and I couldn't do it. When I pulled around to talk to him, he started reaching his pocket. It's the first time in my life I had.
This is again where Travis McMichael is describing the man he saw on the property reaching into his pocket.
Yes, he's talking to Mr. Albenza, I guess.
Either way, I was back down anyway, you know. If I would have had it, I would have sat right here and called you, you know. I had to run back up here grab a phone. So who knows where he went after that point. Somebody walked across over there again. Somebody down there behind the house. So you go to the right side of the street. That's probably your mom. Okay. Right here around that van, or this partner on the side. Hey. Yeah, good. Appreciate y'all being here, man. I've been lucky. You talked to me a couple weeks ago. Yeah, the house over on the right there. I'll tell you something's been happening when we get to Barnum Jones Road. I come home early yesterday, work on the GF on Sunday. People park down there in the road. And another car come up, I guarantee you they're making deals down there. When they cross streets, they'll go down there and take pictures. They got pictures there. We busted a house. Rob had a guy living with him. We got him on some outstanding warrants, and he got a bunch of dope out of there then. But you know, around there, what's the guy, Gene, that used to own Tackle Shack? Yeah. Lives around there. You know where he lives? He's got a great story with a white big chickens and all. Well, boy, the attached buoy, which is Gene's, I guess that's Gene's girlfriend's kid or something. Yeah, girlfriend. I don't know if that's Gene's wife or girlfriend, but her kid, he's been in prison. He's fully tatted, face tats, everything. Somebody tried to commit suicide in jail. He's paralyzed now. No, he ain't paralyzed. I was just out there last week. He called the other morning. He was tripping out, and so the satellites were watching him and this, that. I mean, he was out there. He was on something that was like,
yes.
That's what brings up Gene. That morning, I said, "Where's your mom? Where's Gene?" Well, they're in Alma.
Yes.
Not Alma. I think maybe it was Alma. Supposedly his grandma died. Tash's grandma died, and they were up there staying at her house for a little while. But the house looks like nobody lived. I mean, I'm wondering if they even knew. Because I said, "Do you have permission to be here, Tash?" "Oh yeah, they know I'm here." But I tried to call Mom. I couldn't get a hold of her, so I passed on to my day shift guys. I said, "You may get a call there. Mom may come home and want to know why the crap he was over there, because he had been trespassed on the property at one time." So, but I guess any of us looking.
This is gonna come back to bite them in the ass.
Got to look at the porta potty.
All right. Appreciate you calling.
Fuck.
Well,
there's a dark colored car at the stop.
Can't see who's talking to you there. Someone's telling you about a dark colored car.
Officer Chandler Smith.
That's Chandler Smith.
He had went out and drove around the neighborhood.
And he's telling you on page 19, line 21, I'm pretty sure he got somebody to pick him up.
Yes.
Okay. And on page 20, line 1, same guy, Officer Smith, is telling me there was a little dark colored car that was stopped and stayed there. I watched it all the way until Satilla Drive comes into view.
Yes.
What is he explaining to you? What do you understand him to be explaining?
But there was a dark colored car stopped down the road, and as he approached, the car took off.
Is that suspicious to you, or was that suspicious to you at the time that car took off?
Could be just somebody standing there or parked to see what we're doing, watching us.
Do you know where on Satilla Drive he's talking about?
I do not.
Do you know if it's closer to 17 or closer towards Burford? Is he talking about up here or down?
He said I was coming up Zellwood, and there was a little dark colored car that was stopped. It stayed there. Was he coming up? I don't know which way he was coming up Zellwood.
Okay.
If he was coming up from Satilla or coming up from 17. I don't know.
I watched it all the way until Satilla Drive.
Yeah, has his video in there from tonight. I mean, so that video's good. He got good, cameras are good. He walks in, he just plunders around. And they got like 5 different videos of him coming in there, and none of them, he doesn't take anything. He's just pilfering around. Now, the guy has had some stuff stolen out of his boat, but he didn't have any, because he had a bigger boat, part where that Bobcat is, and the Bobcat was in front blocking him. And he had like the E-Perb and a Lorraine and whatever that fish
That's a
finder.
good fact for the
$2,000
prosecution.
for the stuff stolen, but he had no video of the people taking it. So he's thanking the air conditioner people who was inside working, because at that time he only had cameras outside the house. After that theft, he handed the cameras to the inside the house.
You just sum up the whole thing. Guy coming in the house, pilfering around, stuff stolen from the boat, suspect air conditioning guys, right? Same black male coming back now 3 times. Yes, to your knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Did you just sum the whole thing up? Yeah, something was stolen. They don't know who stole it. But same black man coming back 3 or 4 times. English thinks it could be him. The cops think it could be him. He's been seen on other cameras, going to other people's houses. This is a mess.
Well, and I mean, once through, an open construction site, anyone can do it. Maybe he's passing through. Maybe he's, it's why you got to be a little careful with trespassing. Might be in the wrong spot. Maybe he doesn't know where he is. But 3 or 4 times, it kind of looks like he's casing the place. I mean, I get that.
Minutes. Never saw this.
1 second, he's closing up.
Between
Sorry.
February 11th and February 23rd, you never saw this black male.
Never
Able to catch him, despite being out there within minutes, right?
Yep.
And when seconds count, sometimes minutes don't work.
True.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That's all I have now.
Sure.
So, Judge, if you don't mind, we can collect the
transcripts.
Let's talk about it. Go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry about your pun. I just wanted to see how he closed up, but he closed up well.
Oh, no. I just, trespassing's, you got to be a little careful with. People can trespass accidentally for any number of reasons. But once through, a construction site, maybe it's an accident, maybe you didn't see, maybe it's taking a shortcut, that kind of thing happens. 3 or 4 times, it looks like he's casing the place, whether he is or isn't. It looks like he's casing the place. It looks like he maybe, I mean, I can understand the concern,
Well, let's understand this. A lot of people keep making mention that they never saw him take anything, right? You don't need to see him take anything for a burglary. Let me just get that to people. Listen, people, you don't have to see him actually take something for it to be burglary. They have to show the intent to take something, right? So the facts that they have are he's been going into this place, which he has no business going on multiple times. They're trying to catch him. They've been canvassing the neighborhood. They're going door to door with his picture. Have you seen this man? He's been found on other cameras. This is what all the police said, right? They think he is armed. They are afraid, right? He's terrorizing the neighborhood. Essentially, that's what they're saying. He's terrorizing the neighborhood. Mr. English, the owner of the home, keeps saying, yes, this guy is always in there. I don't want him in there, right? Now, you get to the point where Mr. English says something is missing. Something is missing, right? And it could be these guys, it could be this guy, but it could be this guy who's coming in every day at night, right? It could be that guy, right? How do you know? You don't know. So, and then they said that they're looking for him for like this attempted or alleged burglary, right? They're looking for him for burglary, right? If you steal something or have the intent to steal something in the house, they don't know that he stole something, but they believe he has the intent. And someone going in all the time, intent to burglary is enough, right? You don't have to see it, but you can prove through facts and circumstances that this guy likely had the intent to do something. Why are you going? And that's why he kept saying, going around, pillaging, looking into stuff, pillaging around. That shows a level of intent. So, do I think would I be voting, that he committed a burglary? Probably not. But you have to understand it's reasonable for somebody to say, yeah, that shows me enough intent. If somebody's going to a house or a construction site that they have no business in, looking around, trying to see what's around, and we don't see them on camera taking something, but the guy says something is missing, I think that could lead a reasonable person to believe that person had some intent to go inside there and take something, even if they didn't take anything, right?
Now you said before that for a you can't detain. As a citizen, you cannot detain someone. So that's off the table. What is the bar for making a legit citizen's arrest?
You have to have probable cause. So you have to have some facts and evidence that shows that this person is likely the person who's committed this criminal act. So what evidence do they have now? He's been in the house multiple times, something was stolen, and that he's been on that property. Police have been searching for him. Citizens have been searching for him. So it's probable cause.
Had the defendants seen this video? Did they know what he looked like, or were they just looking for a black guy?
They did know what he looked like. They're searching with the police. They know what he looks like. The owner of the house was sending him these videos. So this is,
So the police showed him that. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah,
like I said, I wasn't here this morning, so sorry.
Yeah. Let me go back to this point, because I think that this point I just want to clear up when he asked this question.
And
This is before the objection.
on October 25th, that when he left Larry English's house, this unidentified black male, he went across the street to Subi Lawrence's house.
Yes.
So this is the.
We have an issue we need to take up outside the presence of the jury.
To Subi Lawrence's house.
Yes.
The hearsay about the hearsay. There was an objection about the term burglary.
That's not another. It could be one or the other.
So that was the hearsay objection. It was a burglary objection. He said the word burglary, and then she objected. Let's try to get back to that part. That was a killer. All right, so he's on. I'm just trying to see when she said the burglary objection, because I think that's important. If that got in, I'm not sure if that got in or not, but I just want to say.
And I mean,
Let's clarify.
So I didn't ask for any hearsay in that.
If you go ahead and retire the jury room.
That's the hearsay objection. All right.
Dispatch.
I gotta find that again. But there was a part where they straight up asked him about the burglary. He said, yes, I believe it was a burglary, or attempted burglary or something, or a burglary suspect. And I was like crazy. All right, I can't find it right now, so I'm just gonna go just scrub forward.
And then the other thing you had said was that we know he wasn't just a jogger. How do we know that?
We know. Oh, hold on. He got another. Oh, he's about to go to some more question from the other defense attorney. Hold on. We'll go back to before this. All right. So this is before they finished. So the second defense attorney is about to give him some more cross examination. Sorry about that, guys. I wanted to hear that piece. I got to go back and look for that piece. Say that one more time. How do we know he was not a jogger?
Yeah, you had said we now know from this morning that he was not just a jogger, but I wasn't here this morning.
Yeah. All right, so a jogger is just somebody going down the street. So just so we could all be on the same page from earlier this morning before we finish the trial testimony, I put you on screen. First, the police and the neighbors have been canvassing this neighborhood for months. The police even went around with Mr. Arbery's picture door to door, asking, "Have you seen this man?" He's been suspected of breaking into not only this house, but other homes and people that sit in the neighborhood, and they were trying to catch him. The original plan was to try to catch him in the house, and when they catch him in the house, to give him a trespass warning, and then if he comes back again, they would arrest him for criminal trespass. So that was the original plan. Then the owner of the house said, "Hey, something was stolen from my house, right? I'm missing some property." He didn't know who had stolen it, but he said something was stolen. Now you got a random guy going inside there 4 or 5 times, and you got something missing from the house. Obviously, it's not a far-fetched to put 2 and 2 together. So that's kind of where they were getting that this could be, and that's why they started saying, this could be now we have a possible burglary incident. Then a little later on, they got another call that he was back in the same house. And the 911 caller came over that this person may be armed. So that then triggered the police to be armed. And then McMichael's, they joined the search. They were armed. The neighbors were armed. Everybody got guns because they said, it came across that, hey, the person who's now going into these houses and stuff, they believed could be armed. But it didn't come from McMichael. They didn't just make that up. It actually came over the 911. The police, and that's why when you saw the body cam video, the police were searching the home with their firearms out because they believe that this guy is possibly armed. The person who we now know is Mr. Arbery. And they did admit that they had zero evidence of him actually taking everything because he just didn't take everything on camera. But they did believe that there was this intent, that there could be an intent to steal, and that the facts and evidence that you have that they presented would lead a reasonable person to believe that someone in this situation would be stealing. So those are the facts. Now, also, They didn't have. They asked people. You know, there was no evidence that he ever jogged through the neighborhood. All the evidence pointed to this whole going into houses at night, you know, looking around for stuff and that type of thing. So that's where we're at.
All right,
Now,
perfect.
for the
Thank you.
self-defense. Now for the self-defense claim, if he had committed a felony, the felony of burglary, or even, you know, if they reasonably believe that he committed a burglary, then that makes self-defense more plausible, because that makes the citizen's arrest more plausible. So that's what I'm saying. This case now has gone, it's gotten a lot more complicated. I still think the McMichaels are guilty, but now this case has become a lot more complicated in terms of the legal issues that are presented. And the defense attorney, that's his job. The defense attorney's job is to confuse the jury, to make them say, hey, we don't know, tie goes to the defendant. That's what his job is. And I think he's doing a very good job at that, because don't forget, the police knew that all these people were armed, knew they were all out there, and they didn't tell them, oh, go put your guns away. What are you guys doing? You guys are crazy. They welcomed their assistance and like,
Yeah, they were asking for help
out here. Yeah. So what do you do? So that's where we're at. Let's get back to the testimony, because I know they're going to be going to lunch soon.
Tilla are coming up from 17. Okay.
I watched it all the way until Tilla Drive.
Yes, sir.
So here's the next defense attorney.
But he didn't have anything.
So remember, there's 3 defense attorneys
Between
here.
February
One
11th
for
and
each of
February
the-
23rd, you never solved this blackmail.
One for each.
Never able to catch him.
Is the next defense attorney who's going to cross him. I don't know how good this defense attorney is, but the last one was excellent. Excellent. There's a construction site with no doors and all. Yes, but, you know, they're calling it a house on direct and cross, right? On direct examination, they call it a construction site. On cross examination, they call it a home. You call it what you will. It all depends. It really depends on what the jury's going to call it.
Officer Rash, I'm Franklin Hogue, and along with my wife and co-counsel Laura Hogue, we represent Greg McMichael. I'll adopt everything Mr. Rubin just did with you on cross-examination, and I won't repeat any of it. So I just want to talk to you about one other topic that hasn't come up much here, okay?
Okay.
Let's go to December the 20th of 2019. You're out patrolling the Satilla Shores area.
Mhm.
Are you oriented and with me?
Yes, sir.
And you see Greg McMichael out in his yard in front of his house.
Yes.
At 230 Satilla Shores Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize him.
Yes, sir.
You already knew who he was.
Yes, sir.
You knew him from law enforcement, years you'd seen him around the DA's office or the Glenn County Police Department, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you knew that he had once worked with your own dad, who was in law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And you stopped that day to talk to him while you were patrolling Satilla Shores because you were, in effect, investigating this possible burglary at Larry English's house.
Yes.
And specifically, you stopped to show him videos or still shots or both that you had in your possession on your cell phone that you had gotten from Larry English, right?
Yes.
So did you get out of your car and stand in the yard to show him these?
I stayed in my car, the seat of my car.
So he came over to your car door.
Yes, sir.
And you were talking and you were telling him about your investigation and showing him these videos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so by that time, you're showing him the video of October the 25th, 2019, that we have already seen, that I won't replay, that shows the young black male on the boat dock, right?
Yes, sir.
And you show him all of the video you have of that night?
I don't believe we sat and watched every clip in entirety.
Then you move on to the November 17, 2019 video that shows the white couple walking into, looks like the boat garage of the house,
Yes.
right? Showed him that video?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And then you showed him the video from November 18, 2019 of the same black male that had been there on October the 25th.
I don't recall if I showed him the 18th, but we know we had the discussion. He had been there multiple times.
That's what you told him.
Yes.
This person on the screenshot and the video you had from October the 25th had been there multiple times.
Yes.
There being the English house.
Yes.
And he told you, Mr. McMichael, that he did not.
Objection, what Mr. McMichael told him. Hearsay.
I'm not offering it for the truth of what he said, but for what this officer did with the information he acquired as he's conducting an investigation of a burglary.
Objection to the characterization of it as a burglary.
It's not a burglary?
It's sustained.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not a
Just ask him what he
burglary.
did. Ask him what he did.
All right. Based on your showing the video.
She doesn't want
of this
that word
person,
in.
The young black
Don't
man
call it
or white
burglary.
couple, to Greg McMichael. Did you acquire information from Greg McMichael that then helped you that day solve the crime?
No, I did not.
No. And so he was of no help to you in solving the crime by telling you who these people were and where you could go find them?
He was not.
Both sides are in much more control here. They're
You
really
understood that he didn't even
keeping everyone in
know
line
who
with
it
the
was that owned that
objections.
house.
My understanding, yes.
This is a
But
better.
you did tell him that
this is
the
a
person
better
who owned the
case.
house didn't
A
live
fight between
there. He
attorneys
lived a
than
couple of hours
the
away
Rittenhouse
in
case.
Douglas.
Rittenhouse is just
George,
total destruction on one side.
And then you discussed with him that the owner of the house had indeed had expensive items stolen from a boat that was parked at that house sometime in October or November of 2019, right?
I don't remember the exact date, but I do recall telling him that there was had been items missing from the boat.
And you let him know that what you were doing, you were trying to identify the people in these videos so that you could get help from the neighbors to solve the crime.
Yes.
Shit.
So you knew he was retired law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And he told you that day that he would give you his phone number and that you could give his phone number to the owner of that house,
He did.
Larry English. And in fact, he gave you his phone number, right?
He did.
And told you that you could convey that phone number to Larry English, and that if Larry English got any more activity on his camera, he could call Greg McMichael day or night,
Yes.
and that he would do what he could to help.
Yes.
Now, in your experience, it's not uncommon in tight-knit communities for there to be neighbors who will offer to help neighbors like that, is it?
Not uncommon. No.
You've encountered that sort of neighborly helpfulness from other people before.
Other neighbors, other neighborhoods.
Not uncommon that as a police officer that you will respond to businesses or residences when alarms go off and there's some other person who's not the owner who's looking out for the place, and that's who you'll end up talking to, right?
Yes.
So you took this phone number and this message that Mr. McMichael gave you that day, and you conveyed that to Mr. English, right?
Yes, I did.
I want to mark as Defendant's Exhibit GM1, please.
I wonder where he's going with this.
I'll show this to you, Officer Rash. Make sure the sticker stays on it. Before we read it, tell us first if you recognize it.
I do.
And you recognize it to be a screenshot of a text message?
I do.
From whom?
That is a screenshot of the text message from me to Larry English.
All right. I tendered into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Shit, what does this screenshot say?
And
I'm
you said
excited
it's
about the
from your phone
screenshot.
to Larry English's phone, all right?
It is, sir.
And it starts at the top. Here's a clip from my Blink camera. That's from Larry English to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the part that's from you to him, I'm going to read it. You tell me if this is what you said to him. Your neighbor at 229 Satilla Drive is Greg McMichael. Now you know now that he lives at 230 Satilla Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Greg is retired law enforcement and also a retired investigator from the DA's office.
Yes.
He said, please call him day or night when you get action on your camera.
Yes.
His number is, and then you gave his cell phone number.
That is correct.
And this is dated 2/11/20, 7:47 p.m.
So the cops are the ones that even.
But the text at the top is 12:20, So do you have any idea when you actually sent that to him?
12:20 at 9:40.
That's when you sent that
Yes.
to Larry English.
Yes, the 211 is for the next 12.
Okay.
That's below
So
it.
the date pertinent to the text that you're sending to Greg McMichael is the date at the top, 12/20/19, 9:40 a.m. That's when you were talking to him in his yard, right?
Yes.
Wow. The
That's
police.
all I have, Officer Rash. Thank you.
Only thing these guys didn't have were badges.
Yes, Your Honor.
The police asked them to search. The police had them out there with guns searching for them. Call us instead of calling the police. What the hell?
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm Jessica Burton. I'm co-counsel for Roddy Bryan. I just have a couple of questions. The first one is you never spoke with Mr. Bryan about any of the break-ins or the thefts that were occurring at Mr. English's house. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. And then you also never spoke with him in late 2019 or early 2020 of all of the break-ins and thefts going on in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I don't recall. No.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else for you. Thank you.
That was quick.
Yes, Judge.
I think everybody just wanted to get a little piece of
Officer
it.
Rash, there was no communication at all between you and Larry English between 12/20 of 19 and February 11th of 2020.
Not that I recall. No text messages at all.
No text messages. All right. And when you sent that text to Larry English, was it your intent to deputize Greg McMichael or Travis McMichael?
Never.
Would you want them to be?
Witnesses. Actually, the text was for Greg McMichael, not for Travis McMichael. For Greg McMichael.
If I were them, I'd have
He
felt
was training
deputized,
as
to
a
be honest.
Retired officer, retired investigator.
Yeah,
to
we
be a
were out there
witness, to
searching
call
for him with
911,
guns.
To tell us what he saw and direct us where we
We're
needed to
not
go.
deputized. And giving out the number.
Because you
and
hadn't met
everything. I
Travis at this
understand.
point on
No, I-
12/20.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And your intent, the defense has characterized it as solving a crime, but if you made contact with the now deceased homicide victim,
Mhm.
your intent was to what?
Identify him, okay, then trespass him.
Mhm.
And if that's what Mr. English, it's ultimately his decision. And it does happen. Some homeowners, some business owners, they just say, tell him to leave. I don't want you to trespass him. Just tell him to leave and don't come back. And it's ultimately Larry English's decision, property owner's decision,
All right, the property owner's decision.
property owner's decision.
Okay. To say whether to actually give a formal trespass on this person
Correct.
or to just say, hey, officer, can you just tell him to please stop coming back?
Absolutely.
I like how
Who
they
had
circle
knocked
back
on
to
Susie
that.
Lawrence's door on October 25th, 2019? She answered?
No.
Mr. Rubin went over all the stuff inside the open unsecured construction site.
Yes.
Okay, so there was that saw that we see, all that lumber,
Mhm.
all that's just laying out,
Mhm.
totally unsecured. Okay? Do you ever report any of it stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any of his electronics stolen?
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Ever report any plumbing or fixtures stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any electrical or electronics stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any tools stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report that anybody's broken into that camper?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Any report that anything's been stolen off that dock?
No, ma'am.
Good redirect. Good redirect.
So while for January 1st, 2019 through February 23rd, 2020, Larry English never reported anything actually stolen at 220 Satilla Drive.
Not to my knowledge. No.
Nice. Nice,
And I
nice,
don't-
nice, nice.
He never even reported
She's
the
pulling it out of
cooler
it.
and the satellite system stolen, did he?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
All these are leading questions too. I'm surprised they didn't object.
Do you have
I
any
would
evidence
object.
about who stole that stuff?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any knowledge of where the boat was when the stuff was stolen?
I
Objection
do.
leading.
Where was the boat?
The boat was inside of the boat garage, RV garage, whatever terminology he's calling it. It was parked inside of there.
So your understanding right now is that the stuff was stolen when it was parked there, or that's how Mr. English discovered it?
When Mr. English called me,
Uh-huh.
told me he discovered it, I was under the impression it was stolen from there. At no time did Mr. English ever tell me he takes that boat from that location anywhere else or had it been any other location. So I was under the impression it was stolen from that site based on the phone call where he
Ooh.
called me.
How many conversations did you have about the stuff being stolen on the boat?
One call, he called me on my off day.
Okay.
He told me what he had. I said, if you need to, I'm not on duty, you need to call, have the on-duty officer come to the scene to report it. And he started talking about his insurance deductible. He didn't know if it was worth it. And he decided, and there was never a report made, so I can only speculate he decided against it.
All right. Do you remember when this off day was, when he calls to tell you he discovered his missing stuff?
I don't remember the exact date. Like I said, my phone didn't keep record of the calls. It only kept record of the text.
So you never had a follow-up conversation with Larry English about what he thought had happened with the stuff and where the boat was at the time?
He told me the boat was inside the garage. Now, in that phone call, we discussed the air conditioned HVAC contractors there.
Okay.
My theory was if those.
His theory, unless it's relevant to something in the case.
Well, I thought we were talking about his understanding from Mr. English. So the state is going to go and ask you, what was your understanding about this?
He had contractors there working. They were in and out of the house. He did not have video inside the house at that time. Contractors carry, air conditioning contractors carrying toolboxes, boxes that have ductwork, other items in and out. Very well possible those items could have been taken by the AC contractors, but nothing was ever seen. According to Mr. English, there was no video footage of the AC contractors or anybody else taking any items from the house. He just knew they were missing.
All right. So is it fair to say that your understanding is that because the AC contractors can take big boxes in and out, that they could hide these goods in it to take it?
Absolutely.
Okay. You ever see Mr. Arbery with any bags, backpacks, or any way to steal anything out of the house?
Never seen him with anything in his hands coming or going from the property on the videos that I have seen.
All right. So each time Mr. Arbery stops by to wander around inside the open unsecured construction site, he only stays for a few minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So
we had a couple
the
requests to speed this up.
No way.
Slow it down a little bit.
Information that Mr. Arbery has
Just speed it up.
ESP,
A couple
and
requests to
has some
speed it up because
ability to know police are on the way,
pauses
that
have
anybody's
put
called,
it
any police
back
on
down a bit.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. I'll slow it back down. I've got 1.25. Just play that normal
And-
speed. She speaks
No,
pretty
I
fast,
think they wanted to speed it up because they wanted to catch up to
How are you employed?
Oh,
The Greene County Police Department.
So you're a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And as a police officer, you get paid, right, as a police officer?
Very little, but yes.
Yeah.
very little.
So it's your job to respond to 911 calls, right?
It is.
That's why you get paid, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they give you a uniform
Yes, ma'am.
and equipment,
Yes, ma'am.
like a body cam,
Yes, ma'am.
a patrol car.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when the defense was asking you about use of force, you said something like, I am here. Okay, that's as a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Okay, and as a law enforcement officer, we saw the officer on the camera. Is that how you were dressed as well?
Yes, we got green pants with a tan. At that time, our uniform was green BDU pants, a khaki shirt.
She is
and a
trying to
powder
clean up
vest carrier. At
that
point in time, it was not a load-bearing
cross-examination. That's
vest
why we
carrier. It
have
made it
this
look like a
long
more
redirect.
formal Class A looking uniform. But that
She
powder
knows
carrier
that that was
contained my body
damning
armor.
stuff.
Did you have
cleaning
identifiers
it
that
up.
showed that you were a law enforcement officer?
I had my badge. I
and
had
somebody
my
had commented that,
and
why are we always
words
arguing
approved for
over
my uniform showed that I
details,
was
just
on my
nitpicking over details? Well, if it were easy, it wouldn't have gone to trial.
Saying, I am here as a law enforcement officer because you're recognizable as a law enforcement officer.
That is correct.
And then the next thing that Mr. Rubin brought up is do as I say, because I'm a law enforcement officer. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay. Easily identifiable as a law enforcement officer, and then I'm employed as a law enforcement officer. I'm
If
being
we're black
paid,
and white,
correct?
it wouldn't
And then
have
you
gone
tell
to trial in the
people
first
what to
place,
Yes, ma'am.
usually.
Yeah. This case got a lot messier today.
Now,
It seemed open and
Captain
shut to me,
McMichael
but it's got a
described
lot-
Mr.
a lot
Arbery as
messier.
hauling ass into the house. Is that right?
Yes.
You saw that video?
Yes, ma'am.
What did Mr. Arbery do?
In that video, he was slowly walking through the house.
Now, when Larry English talked to you about leaving in the same direction, like going down Jones Road, he described him as running, right?
I believe so, yes.
So when he leaves this particular property, this open unsecured construction site, he leaves any direction. Describe what he does when he leaves the open unsecured construction site. for
Finally.
Larry English.
He runs to the right towards Jones Road.
However, once again, to your knowledge, does he have any ESP or any way to know?
Objection, speculation.
Yeah, still just like a question with ESP. It calls for speculation that you know if he has ESP.
Do you
Yeah.
have any information if this was Mr. Arbery's routine?
His routine.
His routine. This is what he did. He went into this house, looked around for a few minutes, and then would continue his jog on.
No, ma'am, I do not.
I'm objecting to the mischaracterization. This officer has no knowledge of him jogging.
Big time.
Sustained.
Oh, she can't call him a
First one I was
jogger.
there.
Yeah, the sustained.
Boom. She can't call him a jogger because there's no evidence he was jogging. Boom. That's a
Give
bomb.
any evidence whatsoever
Don't worry, the defense will call him a jogger and let it right back in.
from the open unsecured construction site.
I do not.
Don't call him a jogger because we had no evidence he ever jogged. Boom. That shut her up. Wow. That was a grenade she didn't expect. Object. We got no evidence he was a jogger. Sustained.
Just don't think it's out of order.
I'm just going to recross. I'll probably cover it for the coach. All right,
That's my access.
all right, Officer Rash, just a short recross to follow up on some questions just asked to you on redirect.
That was a hell of an objection.
So you
I
had to
wouldn't have
go
thought
to
of that.
police school to become a police officer, right?
That's
And in
good.
police school, you learn basic crimes,
was
the
fucking
elements of
good.
basic crimes, right?
Yes,
Including burglary.
yes.
And you learned in police school that burglary,
Relevancy. What he learned in police school is relevant to their guilt or innocence. Absolutely no relevance.
yeah, I need to defend that.
It's relevant if he
before
was,
you read
he's going to try to demonstrate that it's
It'll become completely clear if I have given some
passing the
latitude
knowledge
to finish
on.
my question.
Hold on.
have
He was
my answer.
deputizing him, I
It
think is where he's
concerns his
going with it.
investigation, and it follows up on exactly what was just asked of him by the state about things he would have done had he been told, for example, by the owner to trespass out Mr. Arbery if he caught him.
I'll give you some latitude, but
I don't
again,
need
getting into
I don't need much.
some latitude. But again, we're getting into definitions.
I only have this many questions. I don't have much.
Well, don't talk to the lawyer, to the judge that way. Just take the.
But I think you understand that the court has already ruled a number of other times about defining crimes and all of that.
Yes, and I'm not getting into that area, I assure you.
Let's see what
So you've been
Ponytail
to
said.
police school, you learn, you have to know some of the crimes so you know what it is you're investigating and what you may be arresting someone for, right?
That's true.
Absolutely.
And that's just basic police knowledge, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't need to know what a lawyer knows or what a judge knows, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. You're out there in the field and you're trying to decide, what do I charge this guy with if you catch somebody doing a thing, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
That
you
DA's
know
up.
then the basics of burglary, how
She
to
knows this hurts.
arrest for it if you see it.
Relevancy and outside the scope of redirect.
She doesn't want to answer
Yeah,
it.
that's the same objection we just had, and I've asked for a little latitude. And once we get past this, we'll be at the finish line.
Again, give you some room here. Go ahead.
I don't need
Yeah, let him
much.
finish.
So you understood burglary from police school to be the entering of a dwelling with the intent to commit a felony therein,
Yes.
right? And you understood Larry English's house to be a dwelling.
Yes.
You understood that items, expensive items up to $2,500 worth of stuff you've been told had been taken from that house, right?
Yes.
And the taker of that stuff didn't have permission from Mr. English to take it, right?
That is correct.
So you knew as a police officer, that would be the basics for a burglary, right?
It was not stolen from the dwelling. It was stolen out of a boat.
That was parked in the dwelling.
Parked in the dwelling. Okay.
And you would know that to be a burglary,
Yep.
right? Okay.
He tried to fight it.
And so as
Tried to
I
fight it.
asked you, if you had caught Mr. Arbery at some point,
Objection, as this characteristic, the state didn't ask that. That's speculation. And I
She's
specifically
trying to
did not
keep it
ask
out.
about Speculation.
Caught him.
if I may remind the court before ruling, the state asked the officer, if you had confronted or caught Mr. Arbery and then spoke to Mr. English and he wanted to trespass out, was the
Got him.
phrase
You
he
got her.
used, what would you have done?
I think it's
It was a
overruled.
hypothetical. And I'm
This is a
asking
good.
the
This is
same
this is a
thing.
bombshell question.
That's what
Your Honor,
Mr.
that is not at all what the state asked.
If you caught Mr. Arbery, would you arrest
He
him for
indicated
burglary?
what he was going to do
That's what he's
if he
going
was
to
able
ask
to
you.
identify the individual on the video.
Yeah, he was going to do what the homeowner wanted him to do. That was the question. If Mr. English wanted you to trespass out this person, had you been able to speak to
That's the
him,
question that
he was asked by the state, what
she
would you
doesn't
have
want to
done?
be asked
And
is,
he's told
would you
the
have
jury,
caught
I
him?
would've
Would
told
you
him,
have
"Don't come
arrested
back
him for
over."
burglary?
He was explaining his regular practice.
That's the question
right.
that
And
that
that's
wants
where
to be
I'm at.
avoided.
I've got one more question, but that's what they asked. I brought him back to that, and now I want to ask my question.
That's the question.
He
We'll
needs
see what
this.
The question is.
Here it is. Hold on.
Well, I'm reorienting Mr. Officer Rash to what he'd been asked.
Pass that. Just go ahead and ask your question. You said you've got one more question. I said, well, let's see what the question is.
Okay. Well, are you with me, Officer Rash, so far? You know where we are in this cross-examination?
I believe so. I'm a little lost here with the back and forth.
Okay, well, I want to get him back to where I am so I can ask my final question if I can get it out. So, when you were asked about trespassing out somebody, you've used that phrase. I have not heard that referred to that way before. That's where a homeowner would tell you, hey, if you catch the guy and the homeowner wants you to just tell him, don't come back over here anymore, that's what you would do, right?
Absolutely.
Now, is it also true if you catch the guy and the homeowner says, well, he may be the burglar, would you investigate it further for me? You would do that too, wouldn't you?
At that point in time, there not have been a crime reported. There was no report made by Mr. English of a burglary at his residence.
So telling you that things have been stolen and I'd like you to investigate it, you would say, well, you got to file a formal report and then we'll investigate it?
Yes.
And that means for you, if that had been done, get the person's name and address, right?
Yes.
And then either you or someone would then investigate to see if they could find the cooler, the EPIRB unit, and the Lorraine fish finder for Mr. English, right?
I was not on duty today that he called, had Mr. English called the police department and made a formal report.
He's trying to avoid it.
Weeks later, I would have had come in contact with Mr. Arbery and identified him.
You know what the answer is.
Then I would notify whichever officer took that report.
It's a lot,
and say,
it's a lot
I
of
have
bullshit.
identified this
You know
male.
what it is, though.
Here is his name.
Yes, you would have
That
been
officer,
investigating a burglary. Stop
himself,
it.
or it may have been handed off to our CID, Criminal Investigation Division. One of
Hit
them
him
would
with
have followed
process.
up and looked into that. Myself, that was not the, being I was not the officer who took that report, I would not be the one following up doing that investigation.
And I'm not suggesting you would have been the one to go out and investigate the burglary, but some investigator would have in the normal course of things, right?
An officer and or an investigator, yes.
Would have gone out
And tried to
investigated the
find
burglary.
out what happened and where his stuff was.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Fuck.
No further questions.
Nothing further to say.
All right, thank you. You may step down. I believe you are released for the day, but still subject to recall. Thank you.
Shit. I gotta say, the prosecutor didn't want that question to be asked.
Yeah,
she
she
knew
was
it was coming, too. She knew, but she couldn't keep it out. They were going to investigate a burglary, right? Something stolen and a dwelling.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the point we're going to break for lunch.
Not a dwelling, a boat, Nate, a boat. Aren't you listening?
Enjoy your lunch.
No, the boat was in a dwelling. That's what you asked.
I know, but that's what he was doing, right? He said it was the dwelling. He goes, no, it was a boat on the property. It was on the property. It's the same.
Fuck. Ugh. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the love. Wow. Fuck. Yeah. Wow. Shit. Now we got everybody talking about burglary again. So before we had no evidence of any burglary, nothing, right? There was burglary was a pipe dream. I was telling people yesterday.
Anything from the state before we recess for lunch?
Burglaries are
No, but our missing witness has appeared.
burglary was something crazy. There's no burglary.
No, you're not. An hour will reconvene at 1:20. Thank you.
He walked them fucking right to the thing and said, "They got a crime, stole it from in a dwelling. You gotta. It's what would you be investigating it for, right? This is a fucking burglary. Shit." And they already got him to
That pointing a gun, which is in the evidence, is provocation.
They got.
Well, wait a minute, no.
They're doing they got a little side thing for Rittenhouse. Wow. So what do you think about this morning? What do you think about this morning's testimony? Nick, you're muted. You are muted, Nick. Nick is muted, but Nick,
I was just saying I adjusted my volume.
Oh,
Hopefully it's better. I did not mean to mute. That was not what when have I not muted? I think that was. I really liked how I think the prosecutor in this case is doing much better than I'm going to compare it a little bit to the Rittenhouse case. I think she's doing a lot better. I think she's sort of much more. She's also much more present on the what is it? The objections. She's not just sort of spamming objections. She knows where he's going and she knows what she's trying to what she's trying to block and where she's trying to keep him from going. So I think that's good to see. I'm always ambivalent about having multiple defense attorneys. So I did want to ask you, like, all other things being equal, and they're not always equal, but all other things being equal, would you prefer having multiple defense attorneys, or does that confuse things for the jury, do you think? And they could throw each other under the bus is the other problem. All right, you're reading the live chat, so I could ask you later. I was just going to ask that question.
I was
think
going to
it's
ask
always
me. I was just typing in something.
No, I was just asking. All other things being equal, if all other things were equal, is it in general better to have multiple defense attorneys, one for each defendant, or to combine them into what? It seems to me that they can throw each other. Yeah.
Well, you have to have multiple defense attorneys, because each one has a right to an attorney. So, and then it would be a conflict. Let's say if one person,
of course,
gives it up, wants to give somebody else up. But shit, yeah, I thought afternoon was bad for the prosecution. This morning was decent, but this is a lot of facts. This is muddying it. See, the thing is that the defense don't gotta win it; they just gotta muddy it up enough. And I think you're there. I think you got a lot of mud here. And I think this prosecutor is gonna have to bring it back and just get us back to the facts and say, hold on, this is what we're really dealing with. But I don't think anybody reasonably can look at these facts and say this case is an easy winner, right? Just so everybody understands, I still think these guys committed burglary. I mean, not murder. These guys, they got me fucking saying it. I still think these guys are guilty of felony murder. But with these facts, I can easily see a juror from that neighborhood listening to all that and saying, there's an argument here. Think about where we were and where we're going. We're worried. Well, we were at the point where we were saying Mr. Arbery never committed a burglary, right? We were saying that Mr. Arbery was some innocent jogger that maybe had some mental issues that was just going into this house randomly. He's going into this house here and there. He's just doing this. He had never stolen anything we got. So we got all of these facts that we were assumed were true from the first line of testing. The Michaels didn't even know what they were arresting him for, right? They didn't know what he was doing, what he had done. They never said we were trying to arrest him for a burglary. So we had all those facts. The past, I'll say 15, 16 hours, those same facts now have been spun on their head. The homeowner asked people to watch their house. He said something was stolen. The police officer said, yeah, we were looking at it as a suspected burglary. He said that before this last piece. He said that earlier, right? Now we're talking about burglary again, right? Well, when they were looking for him, one of so everybody understands my train of thought. When the McMichaels saw Arbery running down the street, it's going to come down to what did they think at that time? That's what we're trying to say. Right? What was reasonable based on their facts and circumstances for them to think about what Mr. Arbery was doing at that time. So that's where we're at. Was it reasonable for them to think that he was armed? Was it reasonable for them to think that he committed a burglary? And was it reasonable for them to think that they were arresting him, making a citizen's arrest? Those are like the three key issues of this trial. If there's a no for any one of those questions, then they're going to jail, right? So first, was it reasonable to think that he had committed a burglary now or in the recent past? Because with felonies, they don't have to commit it today, but you have to have some reason to believe that they possibly could have committed one in the past or in the recent past. And you can still, an example I like to use is if you murder somebody yesterday and I see you today, can I conduct a citizen's arrest today for the murder you committed yesterday? Obviously you can. So with felonies, that's because felonies are a little bit more serious. For a misdemeanor, no. Misdemeanor, you can't. If I see you shoplift yesterday, I can't arrest you today, right? Because misdemeanors are different than felonies, and that's the reason why. That's one of the ways they are. So, McMichaels, number one, is it reasonable to think that he committed a burglary in the past? Well, all this evidence, police searches, the police saying, yeah, we're investigating a burglary, all that. This cop, has them out there searching with guns, for Mr. Arbery for this suspected burglary. That's for the jury to decide. Second, okay, so even if you're iffy on the remember, tie goes to defendant. So even if you're iffy on the burglary piece right there, right? You're like, I can go either way. Defendant wins. You got to be like, no, there was no burglary. Second, was it reasonable to think that they were armed, that he was armed, that Arbery was armed? Was that reasonable for them to think? What evidence do we have that goes to that proposition? Evidence number one, the police went to search the house at night. The police were the ones that told everybody, hey, we over 911, we suspect he may be armed. The police were the ones who pulled out the gun and said, we're going to search this property. The police with the McMichaels and with the other neighbors all were armed and searched the property for somebody, Mr. Arbery, who fit the description, that said he may have had a gun. So if you're telling me a week later or 10 days later, is it reasonable to think that this guy who you were searching for 10 or 12 days before is armed based on that experience? And they literally played the 30 or 40 minutes they were searching for him, thinking he was armed. The police said, why did you have your gun out? We thought that he may be armed. Reasonable in that. So now you got to weigh that, right? Is it reasonable for them to think that 12 days later? Now, also, then we go to the citizen's arrest piece of it. Is it reasonable for you to believe that the guy standing on the corner pointing said, there he goes, that's the guy? You see and you recognize that that's the guy. He looks like the same guy who's been going around the house, the same guy we've been looking for, the same guy the police have been going door to door asking, have you seen this man? We see him running down the street. We see one of our neighbors pointing at him. And we chase. With all this information in our head, right? He may be armed. He may have committed a burglary. We were searching with the police a couple of days ago for this guy. Is that enough to conduct the citizen's arrest or attempt to conduct the citizen's arrest? Or if that's not, that's where we're at. I think that I'm saying personally, no, that's not enough, right? I'm saying seeing somebody that somebody asked me earlier, well, why am I still a guilty? One reason. They didn't know. They admitted, well, earlier when they were talking to the police, they said that they weren't sure if the person they were chasing was the same person who was going into the house. That fact still gives me pause to say, okay, well, if you didn't know if it was that guy, then guess what? Then that kind of hurts your self-defense claim. But they could have. And if they could, and if they did, then that changes the self-defense in the dynamic. I'm just sorry, guys. That's just what it is. Go ahead. Sorry, Nick.
Well, at what point were they not sure? I mean, they weren't sure. They couldn't have been sure, I assume, when they were pulling up to him, because they saw him jogging. He was pretty far away. When they were, so are they saying? Yeah.
Objection. There's no evidence he was ever jogging. We heard that.
Yeah, that's true.
And what did the judge say?
Yep. I was wondering if you were going to hit me with that.
Objection. We never saw him jogging. There's no evidence that he jogged. The judge said sustained.
When they first came up on him, there's no way they could identify him positively from far away. So did they say that they didn't know when they came up on him, or that they didn't know after confronting him and seeing him and were like, he kind of looks like might be the guy in the video, but we don't know? I mean, was there ever a time where they said, you know what, we think this is the guy, or they just didn't know?
I'm not sure. But the fact that we're talking about it, makes it an issue. Makes it an issue. Now, I was like 90% with this case, but now from the things that I've heard for the past couple of days, burglary suspect, theft from the house, police said he may be armed, police had us searching out there with him with a gun. We see the guy a couple of days later, and when she said jogger, they objected, literally, and that's why that was such a great objection. Well, he was jogging. Objection. There's no evidence that he was a jogger.
Well, and you said this earlier, and I think this is extremely important. If you're the defense, your job isn't to prove that he's innocent. Your job isn't to get the facts on your side. Your job is to get the acquittal. Your job is to get the acquittal. And you can do that by muddying the waters, by confusing the jury, by just making the prosecution look sloppy and look like they haven't put it together, even if ostensibly they really have. So, I think that's another interesting point is, the defense has an extremely low bar to clear, and that's on purpose. And that bar doesn't even need the facts don't have to be on their side. They just have to convince. Really, depending on whether you're just talking, complete acquittal or a hung jury. I mean, obviously you don't want a hung jury if you can avoid it, but a hung jury is still better than getting convicted. So if you can convince one person that under no set of circumstances will they find these guys guilty, then you may have to go through this again if there's a mistrial. But at a minimum, you've ostensibly done your job, and the goal is to just get them acquitted. So it doesn't. The facts don't matter nearly as much. It's what does it take to get the jury to acquit him.
Yeah, you just need one person to put all those facts together and say, this is not. I don't believe. I don't believe that they killed him. Right. I believe that they were trying to conduct a citizen's arrest. You just need one person to think that, and if one person thinks that, then they're not going to get a conviction. People are going to say racism and all that, but this is tough. I want to hear this part one more time. I think this is the part where he objected to the characterization of Ahmaud Arbery being a jogger. I want to make sure I'm right about the judge denying it.
He told me the boat was inside the garage. Now, in that phone call, we just if those
his theory, unless it's relevant to something in the case.
I thought we were talking about his understanding.
Let me see. I'm trying to find that objection.
Contractors, they're working.
Where he asked about being a Jewish, she asked about being a jogger, and he stood up and objected to it. So I'm just trying to find that, because I think if that's the case, let me see. I think that's another one. Here it is. Let's see.
Do you have any your knowledge? Does he have any ESP or any way to know?
What's the other objection? No.
Objecting to mischaracterization. So has no knowledge of.
Continue his jog on.
Here it is. Hold on.
His routine. This is what he did. He went into this house, looked around for a few minutes, and then would continue his jog on.
No, ma'am, I do not.
I'm objecting to mischaracterization. So has no knowledge of him jogging.
Sustained.
Yeah. Objection. He has no knowledge of him jogging. That was the objection. Objection. They have no knowledge of him jogging. Sustained. She can't call him a jogger. So for everybody in the chat who's calling Ahmaud Arbery a jogger, the court sustained an objection that there's no evidence that he was jogging.
So you get that. I get that. That conversation was in front of the jury. So what's the likelihood that there's a member of the jury there who says, you know what, he's just being pedantic. He's just, if his case is so strong, why is he nitpicking whether or not we're going to say he was jogging? Let's just get on with the case.
No, you have people who live in that neighborhood who've been hearing for over a year and a half that he was some jogger, and now the judge is saying, no, you got no evidence that he was a jogger. You can't call him that. That's where we're at.
Oh, I know that's where I'm just wondering how this plays for the jury. I think this makes sense. I think that was a great move, but I'm just wondering if there's someone in the jury who says, really, we can't call him, which is beside the point. It's missing the point. The point is there was no evidence that that's what he was doing. But I think sometimes I think attorneys on either side sometimes let obvious objections go because they're concerned how it's going to play for the jury. That, oh, well, you have to nitpick the other side to death, and that's the only way you're going to win. And I'm just curious if this looks that way if you're a member of the jury.
Well, if maybe you're right. Maybe I just think it was a timely objection, because if their whole case kind of is built upon this whole jogger theory, and now they can't even call him a jogger in the trial, right? And the objection was very clear. There is no evidence, right? There is no evidence that he was a jogger. Sustained.
As soon as this happened, I just had throwbacks to the Rittenhouse, and I was just like, the defense is going to inadvertently call him a jogger, and poof, it's back in. It's like, Because that's what happened with Rittenhouse. And like, you can't call them victims, and then
can't call them victims. Yeah, but you can't call them a jogger. In this one, you can't call them a jogger. That's damning. I think that's damning.
Well, I think that the attempt to get in whether or not this was part of his pattern. I mean, did he listen? It's extremely important. If he went jogging every day and went down that road every day, that's one thing. Now, there's no evidence of that. I don't know that he even claimed, but that's a very different thing than he's just running down the street sometime. It's like, oh, I'm jogging. So yeah, I think that's important. Obviously, they've had trouble asking that, because how is someone going to claim to know? They can claim they've never seen him before, but yeah, I think that's why that's come up, and I think that's extraordinarily important.
I really hope she comes back as a call him a runner or a sprinter. Maybe. But jogger is not the word that you can use. Not in this trial. Damn.
So are they out for lunch now?
They are out for lunch. I'm actually gonna go. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, because I'm just kind of still in shock. This is I thought this was gonna be the prosecutor is, and it's not like the prosecutor is not it's not good. But these facts don't help your case at all. What we heard today, you know what? It's different, because I believe they're guilty. I'm just gonna say it. I believe they're guilty. But with what I've heard today, it's hard for me to say that I can't see a jury going the other way. I can see one or two people being reasonable, saying what I've heard today, he wasn't a jogger. The fucking judge won't even let you call him a jogger in this fucking trial. Number two, the police were investigating to see if he committed a burglary. And three, they thought he was armed.
Yeah.
How do those facts mix in with everything?
And reasonable is of course the word, which is difficult, because, you know, if common sense were common, you know, it's not, but it's hard to say what people are going to find reasonable. But I think it's the best standards you can use. And this is a complete turnaround from where we were 2 days ago, which is another important lesson in how quickly these things can change. But I gotta say that it's I've been landing on every unpopular opinion in the last 48 hours, but I gotta say I'd have a hard time convicting them if I was there. As much as I will say that my instincts are would be to convict. That would be my instincts, but like my intellect is trying to look at this. It's very hard to see how you get there. Again, the burden of proof being what it is, which you just can't ignore that. It's we say all this, oh, this country, you're innocent until proven guilty. We say that so many times we forget the fact that that's actually really important.
I you know, and I understand people in the chat, you know, and I understand people in the chat being salty about what they've been hearing. I was under the impression that this case was going a lot differently. I think, like, you know, Actual Justice Warrior, who was here earlier, he is with me. He believed this was classic felony murder. I believe it's classic felony murder. I've been saying that every day. You know, based on the facts I have, I see a conviction. It seems to be clear. Like somebody's saying here, Arbery stole nothing, right? But again, I don't got to prove you stole. I got to have intent that your intent to steal. And think about this. All right. Let me, and maybe the intent to steal piece, I think a lot of people are missing, right? You know, they don't have to prove he actually stole something. They have to prove that he had the intent to steal. So if I go into someone's house, look around for stuff, right? Look around in drawers and things of that nature, and then leave. Can you make an argument that I intended to steal? Right? What was I looking for? Because that's the argument the defense is making. The defense is saying, not saying he stole something. They're saying, become a reasonable person. Somebody comes to your house at night, right? In the middle, in darkness, right? It's totally pitch black in there, looking around for stuff, right? You see them on camera. They search through stuff, and then you find out something is missing, right? You don't know who took it, but this person's been in there 4 or 5 times, and you find something is missing. Is it reasonable to believe they stole it? Is it reasonable to believe, or someone else? Like he's saying, we had some air conditioning contractors. Is it more likely to believe it's the air conditioning contractors or this guy who's been in your house 4 times that you don't even know that you're trying to catch, right? The guy who's been on all these other cameras, looking around, going into other, I think we got to play a reasonable person here. And I don't think it's unreasonable. And I hate saying this, I don't think it's unreasonable to think that Arbery had stolen something from that property. Now, could you prove it? Different story. But is it reasonable? And the police will believe that he may have been they were investigating a suspected burglary. So they believe that he possibly has stolen something. And then the piece of him being armed, obviously, I think is solidified in stone, right? Everybody thought he was armed. They didn't just make that up.
Well, and then you got the cops essentially, I mean, not officially, but all but name deputizing these people and saying, hey, look, this is what the guy looks like. We're looking for him. I think that oh Jesus, I just lost my train of thought because I had something else I had wanted to.
No, but don't and let's not forget the police, because if they get off, it's going to be because of the police. What the police did, the police, I think that's the biggie, had them searching the property for Arbery. Everyone was armed. McMichaels was armed. The other neighbors were armed. Police were armed. Not only were they armed, they had their guns out. They literally unholstered and had their guns out searching the property, believing that they were armed. Again, I believe they're guilty, but it's getting to the point where is it reasonable to think that this kid couldn't go the other way? I understand people wanted to go the other way, but is it reasonable? Could you see a jury acquitting? It's tough, but I can see it. I can see it.
I'd like to make 2 points. First of all, as to intent, like casing, there is no reason to case a place unless you intend to rob it. So at that point, that's why the intent is essentially equal to you have to have that intent. That's a necessary component. If you're going to go rob a place, the first thing you usually do is you case it and make sure that there's something there you want to take and it's worth the risk. So the casing in and of itself, if that's what he was doing, and certainly if they believe that that's what he was doing, then it doesn't matter whether or not he actually took something. But the other thing I wanted to ask you, Nate, so if it's not going to be
right.
Felony, what is it? Felony murder that they're looking at. If it's not going to be that, what do you think? Because it seems to me they've got to have some culpability. I think that's one reason why I'm having difficulty with this. There's so many other compounding factors, and for me, one of the biggest ones is the police saying, "Hey, do us a solid, go look for this guy." So that, but that aside,
call the McMichael. If you see the guy on your property again, call the McMichaels. Former Leo, he's got your back. He'll help you out. That's who you call, right?
Yeah.
That's who you call.
So
the guy may be armed. He's got a gun.
Would you be more comfortable with, say, reckless endangerment or some other charge there? If you couldn't be, if you think that it would be difficult to find your way towards felony murder, could reckless endangerment, or because they did pull up on the guy awfully aggressively, and so is there something else that you could see that maybe isn't on the table right now, but that you certainly could have, given these facts, that you'd feel that you'd be more well, I think you already said that you think they're guilty anyway, but
I do think they're guilty. This is actually a good question where they're talking about police. Well, yes, they believed. Well, not only did they well, they didn't call him by name because they didn't know his name at that particular time. Now they know his name and know who he was. But at that time, maybe you weren't here. Not only did they believe, or they told them, they had the McMichaels search the property with the police with guns out looking for Arbery. So the McMichaels, hey, we need the McMichaels and some other neighbors. Hey, get your guns, get out. This guy might be armed. Everybody takes out their guns. The civilians, and the neighbors, they got guns. They take them out and they go search the property with the police. And this was all caught on body cam. For this black guy who's been caught in the cameras, now that we know who that black guy was. And for the jogging people, for the people who say he's a jogger, You heard it again because I had to go back and replay it, right? She said, Mr. Arbery, the jogger, objection. There's absolutely no evidence that he was jogging anywhere. Sustained. You can't call him a jogger. It's a matter of fact, it was a mischaracterization of the facts. That's what it was. It was a mischaracterization of what Mr. Arbery was doing. He wasn't jogging. So now you got a question. He wasn't jogging. What the hell was he doing? Right?
Yeah.
Because he's a jogger, he's doing this. He was not jogging. What the hell was he doing? That's the question the jury has to also kind of wrap their mind around, right? If he wasn't a jogging, what the hell was he doing?
Yep. This is somebody just said this. This is one. There are a lot of cases I've looked at. And I said I would love to be on that jury, man. That would be. I'm one. Listen, I've been on juries before, and like everyone else is like, I hope I don't get picked. I was like, pick me, because I will argue with anyone for 12 hours on any topic. This is one I would say no. I would not want to be on this one. I really don't.
Oh shit! Yeah. Listen, the mischaracterization of justice. People, I understand people's impressions, but I don't think you can deny what we just heard. I don't think you can deny what you just heard. That shit is crazy. So,
I think you're going to find, I hate to say this, I think you're going to find reasonable people on both sides of this one. And I think it's tough because when something's so emotionally charged, to sit there and say, no, this is the only interpretation of the facts. And there are some cases where I think that's absolutely true. And there are still people who disagree. It's like, no, you're cray-cray. You haven't been paying attention. Or I think on this one, again, given what the bar is for conviction, I think there are going to be reasonable people who are going to have a hard time convicting. And that's, and all you need is one. So the question is, where is this going to go? This headed south for the prosecution very rapidly.
It's not looking good. They need something else. They had this cop was a disaster. I'm putting a poll up now. Remember, it's guilty or not guilty. There's no I don't know, because if I don't know, it's not guilty. There's no such thing as I don't know guilty. It's or it's either he's guilty, and if you don't know, then you're voting not guilty. I don't know means he's not guilty.
Guilty doesn't mean innocent. He's not asking is he guilty or innocent. He's asking guilty or not guilty, and I don't know means then he's not guilty, because you don't have to know whether he's innocent. You have to know whether he's guilty. If you don't know he's guilty, he's not guilty. It's that simple.
Yeah. Shit. This is a.
Oh, it's a great one to cover. It's a spectacular one, and this one. I mean, watching the Rittenhouse trial has been a little bit like watching. They had their daily dose of Valium every morning before starting, and they're just these guys are all here to win it, and they're all quite serious, and it's good to watch, and I think it's a great learning experience.
Yeah, I thought this. I'm going to say it. I thought this trial was just as easy as the Rittenhouse trial, right? I'm like, it's Rittenhouse. It's so easy. It's self-defense. We got nothing to worry about. I thought this trial was the same, but
I love this prosecutor. Somebody
very high, but just like plateaued right here, and it's just I don't know where we're at.
I like this prosecutor. Somebody had said, well, she's getting snarky, or she's getting, no, she wasn't. She was really in control and very precise, she was firm. And, that may have been mistaken for being, I forget what was the word that was used, but she was firm, and firm is important, and it's good as a judge, as a lawyer. But no, she wasn't. I never got the impression that she was getting, snippy with the defense counsel, that she was getting snippy with it. She was just like, this is it. This is what I'm saying. This is why it's true.
She's protecting her case. She did want to say with burglary. She like she was protecting her case, but think about this, people. I just want to make it very clear. Last time we did this poll, it was like 95-5. Somebody mentioned in the chat, 95 to 5%, right? It was overwhelmingly guilty. People who've been watching this stream with me all these days, now that's changed to about 60-40, and that's here.
That's what it is.
Just imagine the people on that jury panel who've just heard all this, who heard the blow up of their witness yesterday. Their witness in the afternoon got blown up, and then the blow up of this witness today. It's about reasonable people. If reasonable people, if you're talking about, we were at 95%, I thought, conviction. Now we're at 60-40. It's the balancing act. This is now turning into a crapshoot real fast.
And it's also not about, I mean, the problem is you have to take kind of your personal values, some of them at least, out of this, because I am staunchly against the Second Amendment. I just am. I'm against the Second Amendment for a lot of reasons. I've seen a lot of great reasons why I'm against it in the last week. But the reality is right now, it's law. Right now, people can do it. And I do plenty of things that are legal that other people say maybe I shouldn't be doing. So because I want to be respected for that, I have to sit there and say, I don't get gun culture, but there is a gun culture. And there's people who feel perfectly comfortable around these kinds of weapons. And right now it's legal. So you have to sit there and say, okay, based on what the law is right now, not what I'd like it to be, not what it was, 2 days, 2 minutes after something happened, but at the time that this happened, what was the law? And how does it apply? And I have to do that because regardless of my personal feelings on how wrong the law may be, the problem is plenty of people have felt that way about, anything from cannabis to heck, being an atheist, which has been illegal at more than one point in states in this country. So it's sort of like, I cherish my freedom. So that means despite the fact that I disagree with the law, that's really not an issue.
You know what? I'll ask the chat. Don't think about this one. Don't think if they're not guilty. Has the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? And right now, if you're asking me if they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That's the standard. It's not 50-50 and we'll flip a coin and say they beyond reasonable doubt. I have doubts. I've been watching this. I've got a reasonable doubt. What the hell is going on? He didn't commit a burglary, but you're investigating a burglary. You're saying that there was no reason for him to believe that he's unarmed, but the police told them he was armed. The police had them search a building they thought he was in with guns out. Reasonable doubt. It's starting to become, I got a doubt. Is that doubt reasonable? What they showed me today has gotten me to the reasonable doubt. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom. Give me a second.
Yeah. So well, and keep in mind, I mean, a lot of these are snap judgments for most of us. This is, for Nate, obviously this all happened this morning. I came in a bit late, so I haven't seen it all. So we're making snap judgments based on what we're taking a look at. But yeah, it's not beyond all doubt. You can't do anything beyond all doubt. That's just if you have no doubt about anything, well, that's probably an issue. We all have doubts. The question is what's reasonable, and I don't think. Oh, it's tough. Here's the other thing, and they pointed this out, and I think this is actually really, really important, which is the cops said he's armed. If the cops tell me somebody is armed, I'm going to assume they're armed. I'm going to do that, and so this is a yeah. It's and Titan brings up actually a really good point. This is not a football game, and these are real people's lives, which I think also is important to remember with the Rittenhouse case. And I am so glad that we actually get to talk about this on YouTube and we get to sit down and break down how this happens and why. I think it's extremely. I think it's an educational opportunity. I think, but we can also become voyeuristic, and we can sit there and say, "Oh my God!" So there's a little bit of it on either side. And I think he's right. I really appreciate him making that point. For lawyers, the facts come first, and lawyers have seen this time and time and time again, and lawyers have seen some lawyers have seen their clients executed. Which, if you think about, it's kind of a weird thing, right? Imagine you have a job, and part of your job, the people that you represent, if you lose, maybe are going to be, executed depending on the states. So it's yeah, I think there's a callousness that develops to it. But certainly, in regards to the live chat, let's remember that everybody here is doing their best to come up with what's reasonable. And that was my objection to a comment earlier. Somebody had said, "Oh, clearly it has to be." Nothing here is clear. Nothing here is clear, and there will be reasonable people, at least based on what I've seen so far. Things may change in 2 minutes, but based on what I've seen so far, there are reasonable people on both sides. And the fact that the live chat had 60-40 tells me that there are reasonable people on both sides. So it's not easy. I think it's important to discuss. So let's discuss it and figure it out. But also, especially for being on Nate's channel here, the real question isn't really our opinions as much as what does the law say. And that's what Nate always brings it back down to. And I think that's what we're here to discuss. So for me, the biggie is that the police said essentially said find him. They didn't, to the best of my knowledge, they didn't say find him, but they knew they were looking for him. They didn't say don't look for him, and they said if you see him, here's who you call. And okay, it's a tacit go find him. And I am curious to know at what point, police are often saying, hey, we need the community help, keep an eye out. But 9 times out of 10, they say keep an eye out, but then call 911. That's not what happened here. So they've said, hey, they've essentially said, go look for the guy. They've said he's armed. So now these guys aren't police officers. I think riding up on him with that truck, and I haven't seen the rest of the testimony yet, so I don't know if they really did just basically run him off the road and stuff like that. And I will say this, if that had happened to me, I would be afraid for my life, especially if I was a black man south of the Mason-Dixon line. Yes, afraid for my life, period, end of discussion. So and there are people who said, oh, well, I wouldn't have been. Listen, especially if you're not familiar with guns, and if basically a posse rides up on you like that, and you're a black man in the South, your parents have told you what happened to them. You're being raised in the South, and you've heard from your parents what life was like for them, and they say the stories that they heard from their parents, which are god awful. Yeah, I'd be terrified. And you've seen what happened. I mean, it still happens in this country. Let's not pretend it doesn't happen. It's not what it used to be, but it still happens. I'd be terrified. I don't think I'd reach for the gun. That we've heard a lot of in the last 2 cases. Oh, he reached for the gun, or he tried. I have no idea why somebody would ever do that. I mean, if you are dead sure they're about to kill you, you might as well reach for the gun because there's no harm in it. But it's way too easy for that gun to go off. I mean, it's just reaching for the gun is almost suicide. The only reason to do it is if you're dead anyway. So I don't. But yeah, I'm genuinely against the Second Amendment, but that's a whole nother ball of wax. I got my own arguments for that, and I've done that for a while. But again, despite being against it, and I have friends who are pro. They were raised in gun culture, and it's funny. It's very weird to me when somebody says, "Oh yeah, this guy had a gun, and this guy had a gun, and this guy." And I was like, "You weren't nervous?" Like, no. Why would I be nervous? It's like, okay, but I don't spend time around guns, So. Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out. I just tweeted out the bombshell that they can't refer to Arbery as a jogger.
Cool.
That's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that crazy?
Well, it's crazy, but it's brilliant. I mean, I wouldn't have thought they'd go there, and I think that was just a great move, and it worked. And I was just like, okay, I was a little surprised, but hey, good for them.
That shit that's insane. It's fucking insane.
Well, I thought there was going to be a distinction made between whether he was jogging or a jogger, because listen, a suspect running from the cops can be jogging, right? I mean, he's jogging. He's tired. He was running. Rittenhouse was jogging at the end. He was not a jogger. But that's why I was so glad you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
You played it a second time, and that sort of clarified. When you played it the second time, that sort of clarified that. Yeah. I think there's a lag on my connection.
Yeah.
I can fix it, but, yeah.
It was it was just it was brilliant. That objection by the defense attorney was just brilliant. I don't know what else to say. It was just brilliant. It was a brilliant objection at the right time. Get it on the record, and it shut the prosecutor down right there. She was like, "Oh shit, I can't even call him a fucking jog because there is no evidence that he was jogging. All the evidence is saying he was running into his house. It was a beautiful move." Nick, don't forget, tell people where they can find you. Let me go watch. Tell people where they can find you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I have a program In Time. and I think it was just dropped in the chat, but hopefully Titan can drop that one more time. So in time, we do news, politics, and culture. We cover whatever's going on that's big, and we just try to get people sort of to think a little deeper about topics. We do interviews. We actually just did a whole thing on the Rittenhouse, just so to give a thousand foot view of Rittenhouse from beginning to end, everything that happened, all the footage from New York Times, all that other stuff. We just did that. So we do interviews, and tonight we're going to have an open hang. Anyone who wants to come in and join us and just shoot the shit about any topic. I have a feeling I know what's going to be on tonight's agenda, but that's 10 p.m. Eastern. We do that, but come and check us out. And we try to break down a lot of stuff like this, and we also break down sort of what's going on in the culture, what's going on in politics, and when there's something big, we often cover it live. We covered the many of these riots live. We actually happened to be covering the Rittenhouse shooting live when it happened, and that's it. So I hope you guys will subscribe, and and I think you guys will like the content. Give it a shot. Go check it out. Thank you.
Well, I do want to see. I'm trying to figure out. So
and this guy's been on more than once. So when he tells you, when he's sitting there going like, oh, into whatever, he's been on way more than once.
Oh yeah. No, I
We have a slow.
I'm trying to see. I want to see. Oh no, they're not back yet. I'm trying to see if they were back, but they're not back yet. I'm thinking I might have to end the stream before the afternoon and just recap the afternoon session because I still got to pick up the kids. It's raining, and shit. So what do you think, Nick? Because I don't want to get into the afternoon session and then have to stop, because I'm gonna have to stop in maybe like about not a half an hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
I think you should go for it. I think any time that you've got that you can do it, you should go for it. The only issue is there going to be anything huge in Rittenhouse, and right now there hasn't been. So okay, but I just wanted to someone they couldn't find it. It's youtube.com/in-time-show. So it's just in-time show. YouTube.com. That's the way. Yeah. I'd go for it. I'm gonna have to, certainly I'm gonna have to just sort of catch up with the fam and do a few things myself. But I'll be free a little later. So it's whatever. I say go for it. It's been an interesting day so far.
It's been fun. This has been a phenomenal day. The prosecutor has his work cut out because right now, I don't think they can get a guilty verdict with what just came out today. I think they'll get jurors who vote guilty, but it's going to be tough to get 12 jurors just to say they're guilty. Based on, they can't even call him a jogger. And that was part of their whole understanding. He was just out there jogging. He had done nothing wrong. He was this type of guy. That jogger piece, I think, really, really, really solidifies what's really been going on in this case. There's been a lot of misinformation out there, and unfortunately, I think it's come home to bite people. I still think he's guilty. I still think this is felony murder. I still think that they can get a conviction, but this today didn't make it any easier. Today didn't make it any easier.
No.
This made it a lot tougher based on what we just heard, right? Based on what we just heard. So listen, guys, check out that Rittenhouse breakdown because it's actually pretty good. I need to do another one, but he put Unibleak says jogging is irrelevant. I would say it's irrelevant, but not after you've told the jury that he's been jogging, right? He's been jogging, he's a jogger. Then all of a sudden you can't call him a jogger because there's no evidence to call him a jogger. So what I'm talking about is not, legally doesn't have any relevance, but I think it does play on the state of the mind of the juror. If I'm a reasonable juror, you've been calling him a jogger, and then now you can't call him a jogger because you've had to admit there are no facts to support that conclusion. Then, the dangerous part of that is not calling him a jogger. But now the jogger was covered. Calling him a jogger was cover for what he was doing there. Now not calling him a jogger, now you still have that empty vacuum. So what the hell was he doing there? Does that make sense, Nick?
That's better than I would have. That's what I was thinking, but you put it far better than I would have.
Yeah. Is the video of him jogging inadmissible? He's not jogging. He's not jogging. They said that's a mischaracterization of what he was doing. He's running from the property, right? So he's not jogging. Jogging is I'm just an innocent guy running, just jogging, trying to get an exercise. They said that's a mischaracterization of what he was doing, and there's no evidence that he was jogging. So running and jogging are different things, right? running and jogging. So thanks again, Peter. And thanks, Nick. Thanks for stopping by. And thank you all in the chat. Please look out for the video about this recap later today. I'm going to watch the rest of it when I pick up my kids, and we'll recap the evening today like I did this morning. You can also watch my earlier recap of the first 4 days of this trial. That's up. That video is a little grainy, but I did it. Again, full disclosure, for me personally, all right, this is not for you. Do not say because Nate thinks that I'm thinking this way. I believe the McMichaels are guilty of felony murder. I believe that, right? I believe it for the reasons I've already listed before. But if you believe they're not guilty and the state hasn't proved their case, that is just as reasonable as my belief, right? Your belief is just based on the facts that we have now. It's so messy that, what can you say? I know there are a lot of videos out there calling, but it's just right now it's so messy. I think this can go either way. I agree, with you, with the people who in the chat, my homegirl right here. I believe you. I'm with you guys, right? I'm with you guys. I believe they're guilty. I just don't believe they're proving it, right? I believe OJ was guilty, but they didn't prove it. I just don't believe they're proving it. That's a big difference. So, guys,
I think closing is going to be huge on this. I'm going to interrupt and just say closing is going to be absolutely huge because it's the only way to clean this up and de-muddy the waters.
I did. I said that because when they started chasing him, they've admitted that they didn't know it was him. They said it fit the description, but they didn't know it was the guy. So even if you catch them, if they were wrong, they could have been racist. It could have been any random black guy, right? Based on that fact, I still think that you could still get guilt. That would still have to be addressed to me. What gave you what made you say that black guy was the same black guy who was running into the buildings? Even though it happened to be, they happened to be right. It was a gamble, but I would need that to be clarified. That's one of the pieces that are still tight with me. And then I would also need to be clarified on the law as it is in Georgia, whether for the felony of burglary, whether you can arrest later or it has to be in your presence. That's also a little muddy right now because from what I read before, if it's a felony, even if it happened 2 days ago, you can still try to arrest someone 2 days and 2 days later based on that thing that happened 2 days ago, right? But I want to be clarified on Georgia law before I can make the leap to say they're not guilty. But right now, I still believe they're guilty. The facts have changed a little bit, yes, but I still think there's enough. I would still say they're guilty. But I'm not pretending like I've not got doubts. I've got doubts. I've got a lot of doubts, but I'm just not there yet, right? I'm just not there yet. So, we'll see. We'll see. Monday I might be singing a different tune. But I'm not trying to pretend that this wasn't a bad day for the prosecution. This was a bad day. All right, Nick, listen, please go check out my boy Nick at In Time. I'm over there sometimes, and and he does a lot of this stuff, and it goes into the same type of this level of detail and everything. And thank you guys so much for being so generous with the super chat. Thank you guys for listening to me spill nonsense into the ether on YouTube. And and we'll be back next week Monday. I don't know if Nick's going to be back, but next week Monday we're going to follow this trial all the way through. We are invested, so we're going to see. Expect the video either tonight or tomorrow for the update about today's part of this trial. Also, I'm going to be doing a recap of this week in the Rittenhouse case, which is like that video is probably going to be like 5 hours long because there's so much that happened. And don't forget, hit that like, share, subscribe, do all that great YouTube stuff. My name is Nathan the Lawyer. For Nick from In Time, I am going to see you guys later. Again, thanks again, and we will see you next time.